didn't hear anything that I just said, did you? Because I just realized I was muted. Moderators, if 14 minutes ever goes by and you don't hear me, please, oh please, let me know that I'm muted. I cannot believe. Okay, so I guess y'all didn't hear me in my package opening. I guess y'all didn't hear me about my shipping or payments. I am so embarrassed. In the future, mods, if you see me doing things and don't hear me, I don't know if I was muted the whole time or I'm still not seeing anybody. Okay, so where do I begin? All right, I guess I'm going to redo the opening. I hate to do this, but y'all probably didn't see or hear who it was. I still can't believe nobody in the audience or my moderators said anything. Shame on y'all. Okay, so this was from Ellen of Petrichor. Maybe my chat stopped. Okay, apparently my chat must have frozen, and now that I've unmuted, it has flown by, so I am sure I have missed tons. All right, I'm not going to go back and make y'all wait while I try to reread them. Hopefully my moderators can just summarize. Yes, Craig, if you would please, oh please, oh please, check your emails. I don't want to dox your situation or my own, but there was a problem and I want to give you a refund. But until we worked it out and you let me refund you, I didn't want to send you another invoice. So I have emailed you and emailed you and emailed you. So if you would please, oh please, check your email and get back to me. I can't read email while I'm watching the while I'm hosting the broadcast. But after the broadcast or tomorrow, I can get back to you. There were super chats. So help me, I have missed everything. Okay, let me play the super chat song, which will give me time to reset and to read the chat.
So let's dance, let's sing, let's shout to the rhythm of life day and night. Let's say, live on toe, let's roll. Let the good times roll, let the good times roll. With gratitude in our soul, let the good times roll. Let the good times roll, let the good times roll. Let the good times roll, let the good times roll. With gratitude in our soul, let the good times roll. Let the good times roll, let the good times roll.
Okay, thank you, Mr. James. I so appreciate that super chat. Oh, I see Mr. James telling about his air conditioner. Mr. James, my car air conditioner has not worked for about 7 years. It is terrible in the summer. I try to run all my errands before noon, and I am in the process of trying to swap cars to get something less old. So I can totally understand. I've put up with it for so many years. So I totally understand. Thank you ever so much for the super chat. Okay, so Amy did drop the link for Ellen. So I guess I don't need to re-show it then. see if I can get back to the bottom of the chat. Okay, hi Randy. All right, so hopefully y'all saw about these. I am so sorry. I cannot believe I made such a newbie mistake. That's what happens when I'm still trying to watch the Ray Dunn auction while broadcasting. I should not have had that playing in the background because I had them muted and apparently I had myself muted. Oh, okay. So I guess y'all also didn't hear about my bidding, shipping, and payment information. I don't think the mods wrote that in the chat, so let me go ahead and give you that obligatory information, and then we will start. I am so sorry. Okay, I was so worried about tonight's auction with other auctions going on, and here I'm ruining it myself. I tell you. Okay, well, in case there's anybody new watching, if you think you might possibly want to bid tonight, then go ahead and send a registration email to me. My email is in the corner of the screen, and Jane will drop the link in the chat. So just let me know your YouTube name, your real name, and your shipping address. That way I know where to send your items and where to send your packages. I am looking for more mods, James. I'm looking for a co-host. I don't know if you've ever thought about co-hosting since you've got so much YouTube experience, but if you'd like to co-host tonight or some other night, let me know. It'd be a great way to publicize your channel, find a new audience, and I could sure use some help because a co-host could have told me, oh no, Belle, you're still muted, or oh no, Belle, you missed a message in the chat, you missed a super chat, because clearly I need some help. My method of shipping is Pirate Ship. Pirate Ship is a discounted shipping service that works with both UPS and USPS in order to get the deepest discounted rates. Those discounted rates are based on 3 criteria: the weight of the package, the dimensions of the box or bag that the package is in, and the distance from your zip code to mine. I'm shipping from a suburb of New Orleans, Louisiana. And if anybody else would like to join our squad of mods, please, oh please, not only do I need a co-host, but I also need people to help write the list of what sells and coming up with new and fun ideas for auctions and pop-ups and holiday celebrations. So I'm always looking for more people to help out pretty please. My method of payment is a choice of Zelle or PayPal. Zelle is my preferred method of payment because there are absolutely no fees and it's guaranteed by the banking system. But I also accept PayPal because that's how you can pay with your bank card, debit card, Visa, MasterCard, Discover, American Express, and even Venmo. Okay. Well, I still can't believe I have so monumentally ruined this. All right. It just shows, even after years of broadcasting, one thing can throw you, can worry you, and you get so focused on that one thing that rather than being able to do your best, you are just concerned or thinking about something else. All right, well, hopefully I can get refocused now. Hopefully y'all can click the thumbs up. And we're going to start with a fun round called Belle's Bargain Bonanza. We have this round at the beginning of every show and also at the top of every hour. I hope I didn't lose Craig with that announcement to check his email. But I had asked him in a few other chats, and I kept emailing him. So help me, I'm just the worst today. But I'm going to try to just dust myself off, not cry, and just keep it going. I probably should have just ended the broadcast and started again tomorrow, but I hate to ruin myself. So, and girls got bills to pay. So here we are with our $1 choices. Let me show you what the $1 choices are. Okay, so I've got, and this is a $1 starting bid for choice. I've got some see-through pouches here. So you can put them into a binder, but they are completely sealed. So they don't have to be for pens and pencils. They could be for anything. They could be for papers or receipts or jewelry or whatever. Next, I've got a sealed comb. So if you're looking for a new comb or you need one that will fit in your purse, it's not full size, but it's not small either. And it's got a nice handle to it. I love handles with texture because they're ergonomic. Next, I've also got a brush for your purse. I love that this one, hi Jennifer. Oh, I'm so glad you're still here, Mr. Craig. This one's called a parting brush because you can use the corner to part your hair. Here's all the bristles. You'll see it's still new and sealed. I know a lot of people are going to be traveling. Here is a toothbrush holder. Oh, thank you for the fleur-de-lis of encouragement. I appreciate that. Or even just if you have kids, if you have roommates, you may just need a place to put it and then put it in a drawer so it's not sitting out all the time. It may look gray. It's actually a light green. Then I've got a four-sided nail block. And this is great because it tells you the steps. So step 1, file. Step 2, remove ridges. Step 3, buff. And step 4 is polish and shine. And yes, rubbing this on your fingernail will polish and shine it. Up here, I've got a Freeman's Anti-Stress Sea Salt Mud Face Mask. And you're not getting a single mask, you're getting a whole tube of mask. Then I have some shower fizzers, and you just throw these into your bath and they fizz away. This is a 3-pack, and this one is lavender, and it says it's relaxing. Then I also have a 3-pack here that's coconut, and coconut is supposed to be uplifting. So looking for $1 starting bid for choice. Thank you so much, Jane. And bless her heart, Jane's had such a long day of auctions. I think she started auctions at noon, and it's just been auction after auction after auction. I was worried if anybody would even watch my Piddly auction with bigger and better auctions on, because that seems to be a problem lately on other nights. But last Monday's auction was so great, and I have some of the requested items, although I don't seem to see the people who made requests in the chat, which is always a problem. So I hate to show items that people have requested if they're not here in the chat. Okay, any interest? Pardon me. Any interest in any of these items? If not, I'll remove them all and then get the auction started. Get this auction started on a Monday night. Okay, well, last call. All right. Well, we'll get started with something else. Okay, $3 starting bid for choice. I have some cell phone stands. Here's the first one. It's got lots of colors to it. So if you're a person that maybe watches on your cell phone, or maybe you video chat or play games. Here's another one. This one looks like a sloth. So looking for $3 starting bid. Oh, that's great, Janice. I am so glad. Well, that's fantastic. I got my package, which y'all probably did not hear me saying, because I kept trying to show some markings on the back, although I could not see the markings. But the markings on the dangle clip-on earrings said LC. And I haven't told Laura yet, but because they're clip-on earrings and they're dangle, even though they are totally my style and gorgeous, I'm going to give those to Laurie since they have her initials on the back. You'll probably also didn't hear the entire story about getting them as a gift from Ellen, winning them, and me telling her, oh, I'm so sorry, I can't wear earrings because my ears aren't pierced. And her being so nice as to offer clip-ons instead and even send me choices. Okay, any interest on the cell phone stands? All right, we will pass on these then. Okay, next, $2 for choice. I have swivel phone mirrors. And so this is how they work. This is the back of your cell phone, and you put it on there, and then you just move the top aside, and then you've got a mirror. So if you need to check when you're in a restaurant, wait, do I have spinach in my teeth? This is perfect for that. Okay, so here's the first one. It's green. I also have a turquoise blue, black. Here is a pretty leaf fern palm tree motif. Here's a bright orange. Let me see, is that all the colors? I think that's all the colors. Okay, $2 starting bid. And I'm probably the only person who doesn't have a cell phone, but I think just about everybody else has one. And if you don't have stuff hooked up to your cell phone, then maybe you're missing an opportunity. I tell people that about the doors in their house all the time. If your door is just a door, you're not working it hard enough. You need to put some hangers and organizers and other stuff on the back of that door, or even the back and the front. Get the most out of that door. Now, even though you can and are supposed to stick these on the back of your cell phone, you could stick these other places. Oh, thank you, Jane. Yeah, it kind of has a tropical vacation kind of vibe to it. Oh, nice. Thanks for letting the stream run, James. I appreciate that so much. And if any of y'all are interested, y'all make sure and follow No Jackpot, No Problem, as and see when he wins and when he accidentally gives it back. Speaking of that, if y'all read my YouTube community post, I am 12 away from 1700. So, I'm hoping in the next day or two to get 12 more viewers, 12 more subscribers, because I would love to reach 1700. So I reached 1500 on Christmas. And you would have thought that I would be already to 1700, if not 2000. But sometimes growth is slow. So I'm looking for 12 more to get to 1700. All right. Well, I'm going to move these aside and let me show you one last type of cell phone accessory. So these are an expandable phone grip and stand. Now, I don't exactly know how these work, but apparently you pull and expand them. So apparently you hold it like this, I guess, but when you want to stand your phone up, you apparently expand it, and I guess that's how you stand your phone up. And there's a strong adhesive that sticks securely to most phone cases. So here's the first one. Look at these little pink and blue. This one has a rainbow colors. Here we've got a cute little peach. Here's a solid turquoise. For those of y'all who like purple. Here is a green lime. Oh, look at this geometric one. Or maybe it's a peacock feather. This one has kind of some pretty feathers or leaves to it. Looking for $2. And if you prefer a phone loop, I do have what's called a phone loop. This one's green, this one's yellow, and you'll see how you can stick your finger through it. So if you don't want to hold on to the knob and you just want to stick your finger through, these two will let you stick your finger through. So I'll make those choices back here. Oops, I want to pull down. Now y'all come on and cooperate. I've had a hard day. Okay, looking for $2 starting bid. Lots of choices. Some color will go with everybody's phone or phone case. Oh, your dog's name is Belle, but short for Taco Bell. Okay, well. All right, any interest on these phone grips or phone loops? All right, well, last call on this. And once again, if anybody wants to try to co host, I'm glad to drop the link, whether you have YouTube experience or not. But YouTube experience does make it easier. All you need to do is have a nice voice and be able to keep it G rated and family friendly. All right, well, I will put these away and we will do something besides cell phone accessories. So it's hard for me to pick this kind of thing since I don't have a cell phone, but I kind of thought they might be popular because I thought, well, maybe some of y'all have a cell phone. Okay, let me put these aside. All right, and next up, I have by CVS Health. And I'm so surprised how expensive these are because I did look these up on the CVS website because I actually knew where to look. These are called over the calf length light compression socks. I'm going to start these at $5. These are ideal for work and travel. They have a graduated light compression support and it supports tired legs and it helps reduce swelling. It provides all day comfort and relief. And these are unisex and they're unisex large, extra large. Let me see if it says on the back what that means. Unisex, large, extra large. Okay, here we go. So it's going to fit a men's size 8 to 12 and a woman's size 10 to 13. So I'm sorry for those of y'all who have smaller feet. So men's 8 to 10 or women's 10 to 12. So that's what they mean by unisex, large, extra large. And these are from CVS. Hi, Nancy. Blessings to you. And I hope you have a blessed week. We are blessed for you being here. Oh, Nancy, make sure you check your emails too, sweetheart. Oh, if you check your emails, you'll see it's just one invoice. That's all you missed. I'm sure it's an accidental oversight, but you're good to still keep bidding. Don't worry about it. You can catch up after the auction. We're just so glad you're here. Okay, any interest in this light compression socks? Ideal for work and travel. And once again, these are unisex, large, extra large. Okay, any interest in these? Okay, last call on these. All right, let's pass on those. Now, you probably heard me talking about these openers when I was using mine. Well, you didn't because I apparently was muted. But I'm going to be selling these, and you probably uh, saw me using one. They work great. This one right here is my own personal one that I use for package openings. And these are going to be $2 starting bid. And what I like about it is not sharp on the inside. It's not going to gouge anything. I love that they have these little points here, which let you kind of hook it and then pull back for your package or your bag. And then I love that the blade is under here so it can't accidentally cut anything or anybody. I also love that it's double sided. So if one side ever gets dull, flip it over and cut with the other side. So I just think that these are fantastic openers. So also it has a little handle. So if you need to tie it to something or hang it from something, you absolutely can. And y'all let me know what you'd like to see. Maritza, hello, hello. But these are fantastic for all the packages, regardless of what seller it is. Also, it has, you can see these grips right here, so it's not slipping out of your hand. I love that. Okay, any interest in the openers? Oh, with a name like Maritza's Yarn and Crafts, it's ironic, but I have a big bin of yarn that belonged to my mom that I'm going to be selling off tonight. And one still has some project attached to it, so y'all will actually be able to see the kind of things that she did and makes. Okay, last call for these. And these will still be available. Those are the only 3 colors that I have these package openers in. Okay, we're going to start the yarn at $3. Back up my camera here so that y'all can see it. And there's all different brands. So this one says super soft. This one is a dark purple. Around my neck of the woods, we call this Mardi Gras purple or LSU purple, but I don't want y'all to think that it's black. Now, here's something funny. I probably can't sell this one because this one got used. But if y'all ever wondered, is Belle telling you real stories? This is still attached because you can see I'm accidentally unraveling it. I don't know what Mother was making. It's funny that there's this little opening here, but this little opening is not a rip. It seems to be on purpose. But whatever it is, this is something she was making. I have no idea. Clearly, she didn't finish it. And obviously, I'm not going to sell, used. But I just thought I'd show that to y'all in case you were interested. Okay, here's the next one. This is Nobo, but it's got a great variation or variegation. Is it variation or variegation? Jane probably knows. She'll write it right. She'll type it correctly. And it has a little bit of a shine and sheen to it. I'm not sure if that's coming through. I actually have a couple of these. All right, next, this one is called Fancy Fur. A fun fur yarn bursting with torrents of color. So you'll see it's got some indigos and purples and blues in it, but it's a black background. This one is similar, a black background, but it's got all of these confettis of color. This one also similar, but this one has pinks and roses and violets in it. Here's another black one that's called, once again, Fancy Fur. But it's got colors of lime green and turquoise in it. That one down here. This one is called Free Pattern on Label. Okay, well, that's nice. Oh, I guess the pattern's for this pretty scarf. This is so soft. I don't see the name of this, but I'm sure Jane knows because this is for choice. This one is teal. This one is shades of purple. This one will probably also look black, but it's navy. This one is red with speckles. Okay, so tons of choices, and I could keep showing choices, but I thought I'd just see if anybody was interested in these. Oh, this one's too pretty not to show. This one is shades of aqua and turquoise and lime. So this will be the last one. So looking for $3 for choice. My mother loved all the fancy type yarns. She tended to make a lot of scarves and such because that's something she could give as a gift. Okay, looking for $3, starting bid. All right, last call on this. Well, since we have so few people watching tonight, y'all let me know what you'd like to see. I hate to cut the auction short just because of lack of sales. So instead, let's see if we can't make it a more concierge service. So it's always easiest when I have a smaller crowd just to show what y'all want to see. That way you don't have to put up with the boring stuff. Okay, next, look at this super cute stuffed animal. It's new with tags. Here's the tag right here. One side is solid, one side has a face. I'm going to start this one at $2. Perfect for the season of year where we're in. Snacks. Okay. I will bring some snacks. All right, looking for $2 for the cute little watermelon. And I have to admit, once again, this was actually sold. This was sold to somebody who lived in Brooklyn, New York, or maybe it was Bronx, New York, one of those New York boroughs, and just never paid. So lately I've been opening up boxes and starting to resell those things that people bought way over a year ago and just duped me. Yep, it is so luscious and juicy. Even the watermelon is licking its mouth. Okay, we'll pass on that. All right, let me show you some snacks. All right, these are going to start out at $2 for choice. All right, here's the first one. It is red vines in the original red, peace, love, and vines. So that's going to be the first one. All right, next I have a choice of beef jerky. And I want y'all to see how big and long this jerky is. Here's my ruler. You can see these jerky sticks are longer than my ruler. So they're going to be in several different flavors. The first one, and they are the Slim Jim brand. You know, sometimes people will say, "Oh, do you have a Slim Jim? I want some Slim Jims." When it's not really Slim Jim brand, it's just another brand of jerky. This is the actual Slim Jim brand. So there's the original. I also have mild, in case the original is just too zesty and zingy for you. And then I have nacho. Did you know you could get a nacho taste in meat? Okay, so there's three different choices for $2 starting bid, since we had a request for snacks. Oh, and one more thing. I also have a sugar-free Jelly Belly in berry blue. Oh, hi, Sandy and Chewy. Hello, hello. In berry blue, it's on the go sticks. So I'm going to add this as a choice as well. It is the sugar free, though. So I know some people don't like the sugar free. Have to admit, I'm one of those people. I'd rather cane sugar rather than the chemicals, but I know a lot of y'all already add the pink, the blue, the yellow to your beverages, so that may not bother you that this is sugar free and therefore it is sweetened by something else. Oh, a Steph Pete from the Heifers! Yay! Really? Dr. Pepper flavored. That is amazing. I will have to look for those. Well, if these are popular, I'll see if I can expand into the Dr. Pepper. I certainly love Dr. Pepper. I went to Baylor, and y'all know that Baylor's in Waco, Texas, and Waco has a 3-story Dr. Pepper museum. I have been there. I have toured it. I've even had a Dr. Pepper float in the old-fashioned soda fountain in the ground floor. Hi, Teresa. Hi, Lisa. Thank you so much for stampeding over. All right. I believe we have a starting bid of $2. Hi, Ellen. Ellen, I opened up your package with your beautiful earrings first thing, and we dropped your link and celebrated you. Okay, so Nancy is in for 2. We are looking for 210 or more. Okay, Janice is in for 210. Bid it up, bid it up, bid it up, up, bid it up, bid it up, bid it up, up, bid it up, bid it up, bid it up. So for those coming in, let me review your choices. First, we have red vines. And this is the 4.5 ounce size. Then I've got Slim Jims. And these are not the small size. Here's my 12-inch ruler, and you will see they are longer than my ruler. So I have these Slim Jims in the original, in the mild, and in the nacho. And hi Jen. And then lastly, I have in sugar free these Jelly Belly drink mixes. Hi Melinda and Zane. They are in berry blue, but they are sugar free. Okay, we are up to 250 with Nancy. Oh, Teresa, I do have the capri pants that I told you I would bring. But since you weren't here, I started with things that were requested by people who were in the chat. I hope you understand. But I will show those tonight. And after this round, we're going to have another $1 round because it's the top of the hour. So I try to get to your request as soon as I can. Sometimes I have to wait another day. So I appreciate it when y'all give me a day to go and find, locate, unbox whatever it is that you've requested. I apologize for my ringing phone, but there's nothing I could do while broadcasting. For any of you who are too young to remember landlines, this is what a landline sounds like. All 3 meat sticks. Okay, let me grab. All right, here we go. Mild, nacho, and original. Thank you so much, Nancy. Okay, let's see who was second choice. And I do have multiples of the meat sticks if anybody needs them. Amy, who's your diver, is making the list and checking it twice. Jocelyn, so great to see you. We've been missing you. Okay, Janice wants 2 nacho and 2 original. I'm not sure if I have 2 of the original left. Let me see. I thought everybody was going to want nacho or mild. Nope, I don't have 2. So this is my last one. Do you want to go with just these 3, or do you maybe want to try a mild so you can compare? That way you still have 4. Janice, Jane, help me out. Oh, well, that makes sense. James says, I remember being young and the phone going up constantly, and now my cell phone, and I just set it to do not disturb. Well, my phone doesn't ring very much. My main problem is that I never know who it is. I think y'all with the cell phone probably have some kind of fancy caller ID. I don't have that, so I never know who is calling. Okay, Janice, I'm trying to negotiate. Mild will be the other one. Okay, so Janice is still going to have a total of 4, and she's getting 2 nacho, an original, and a mild now. Okay, fantastic. All right, anybody else want to get in on any of these snacks? And I thought everybody was going to want the boxes of drink additive, but y'all may have seen sugar-free and said, oh, I don't want those chemicals, just like I do. But, you know, a lot of people add all those pink and blue things to their coffees. So it's not until you flip it over and read the ingredient list that you realize sugar free doesn't mean not sweetened. It just means sweetened with a non sugar alternative. So, but a lot of those drinks that people buy in stores, they're like, yay, I'm sugar free. But you're chemical full. So you got to decide if being sugar free is better than being chemical full. Okay. Anybody else? So I still have mild and nacho left. I still have the red vines and still have the jelly belly. And this is berry blue. So pretty color and a nice flavor. Okay. Now, are you saying $2 for one red vine, or are you saying two of the red vines for $2 each? Just want to make sure, because sometimes the two can be misconstrued. Hi, Lisa. So great to see you. Lisa put out a great video. Lisa, did you see I'm only 12 away from 1,700? Okay, so did we find out, Jane and Amy? Okay, so it's two in quantity. All right, I got it. Thank you so much. Anybody else? Okay, anybody else? Thank you so much, Melinda and Zane. I appreciate y'all. And James apparently likes the agave sweetener. Okay. All right, last call on these. These were a request. I'm a person who really likes juice or soda. I don't want to have to sweeten anything. Maybe I'm just lazy. Maybe I'm just lazy. I want to drink things the way that they're just made. Okay, let's move these aside. Of course, after you talking about the Dr. Pepper beef jerky, now I want that because I'm a girl that loves Dr. Pepper. Okay, well, I want to show you something not so pretty because now that it is getting cooler, getting warmer rather, and a lot of people are outside, they're grilling, they're picnicking. What happens on your picnic when the flies start swirling around? What are you going to do? What are you going to do when they come for you? Those flies, what you going to do? Okay, this is called a fly stick. And it's for pest-free living, it says. And apparently it hangs easily. And it apparently is for use indoors or outdoors. I don't know why you put this indoors, but okay. We're going to start this at $3. Use anywhere flies are a nuisance. Food preparation areas, outdoor picnic and recreation areas, trash and garbage containers, stables, kennels, and barns. Oh, never even thought about that. Okay. So it's sealed and it hangs easily. So I know some auctions are all just about the pretty stuff. I have practical stuff here too. Sometimes I'm just saving you a trip to the store. Well, I'm sure those of y'all who drink coffee have probably tried all of the various products. I'm not a coffee drinker. I always say if something that bitter, if you have to sweeten it and add syrups and milks and other stuff, then why don't you just drink something that tastes good from the get-go? Why try to make something yucky taste good? I just don't have patience. Oh, at Circle K. Okay, well, I will look for them there. I'm a regular Circle K person because, in addition to liking juices and sodas, one of my other guilty pleasures is something called a froster. Now, in Texas, it would be called an icy, but Circle K calls it a froster. And it's one of those frozen, kind of slurpy type concoction. And they have it in both Coke and Dr. Pepper. Now they have some fruit flavors. I don't and won't try the fruit flavors. I only want ones that taste like soda, but I love how cold it is and it just feels so good in your throat. And it really cools you off on a hot day. So it's with 7 years of air condition not working. That's one of my solutions was I would get one of those and then sip on it and it would slowly melt while running errands. And then when it was gone, I kind of knew it's time to go back. How many would you like? Yes. Okay. I think I have either 5 or 6. So three is easy. Anybody else want one of these? That way you can have one at each end of the campground, one at each end of the picnic area, or one by the grill. Smart to get several. Sold, sold, sold. Okay, and then we're going to go to the Belle's Bargain Bonanza, and I want to show y'all some lovely charms. But let's see before we do that if anybody else wants another one of these. It's so hard to both talk and set up. I so need a co-host. All right, I'm going to push this aside. And Jane's going to tell you in the chat how this works. Belle's Bargain Bonanzas we have for $1 starting bid at the top of every hour. All right, let me show you what I have. Okay, here's a dainty little rose. The rose is enamel and pink. Put that on R. Here's a little shoe. Here's a purse. Here's another purse. Oh no, Jen, I'm so sorry. How long did it take you to get that cleared up? That must have been horrible. Here's a white purse. Here's a red shoe. Here's a black purse. Here's a black hat. Here's a black and red hat. A red and white hat. A white hat. Here's a pink lipstick with a little bow on it. Here's a red lipstick with a bow. This one says, I love music. Oh no. Well, I wish I'd been able to help you out back then. I'm so sorry, Jen. Here's another lipstick, and this one has a heart. Here is a star wand. Here are life preservers in blue and white and in red and white. I tell you what, I'm going to put these for choice on B, and then for choice on A, I'm going to put these sailboats in a choice of blue or white. They're really so similar. I probably should have done that with the shoes and the purses, just so I could have fit more on the grid. So we're looking for $1 starting bid. I wouldn't have thought y'all would have flies up north, but I'm learning stuff. Okay, Amy's bidding. Thank you so much, Amy. Most of these are one and done. A few of these, I have some duplicates. Bid it up, bid it up, bid it up, up, bid it up, bid it up, bid it up, up, bid it up, bid it up, bid it up. Okay, we're going once. Hi, Cripple Creek. So glad to see you back, sweetheart. Amy, so this one and this one, are these the two that you wanted? I think so. Okay, thank you, thank you. Anybody else? I've got sailboats, life preservers, stars, music, hats, heels, purses. I can't believe these only sold for $1. But these are gorgeous. Y'all will be so happy with these. The enamel on these is just beautiful. All right, anybody else? Okay. Oops, this one's trying to get away. Yeah, some of those hats kind of remind me a little bit of Sassy Mary. And I think those nautical ones would be great for summer as well. Okay, last call on these, and we'll get back to the auction. Coming up tonight, we're going to have some fragrances, some makeup, some silk florals, some knives. We're going to have clothing, pants, capris, tops. We're going to have some decor, some hair accessories. So, y'all let me know what you'd like to see. And of course, there's always surprises as well, but I love it when y'all make requests. All right, last call on these. I'm about to scrape it to the side. And y'all don't forget to click the thumbs up for me. That's a free and easy way that you can support my channel. All right, let's see what we should do next. Okay, well, since we had a request for capris, let's start there. Okay, we're going to start these off at $8 for choice. $8 for choice. Okay, so here we go. These are stretchy. These are new. Here's the tag. Oh, and look, these were originally $12.50. Interesting. Okay, $12.50, but they're just going to be $8 here. 3X. They've got the drawstring right here. Oh, I love it when they're the tagless kind and they're just printed on the back. I love that. And here's the bottoms. So I love that it has this cute little detail where you can tie a little bow on it because once again, it is capri. So here's the first one. Also want to tell you there are no multiples. No multiples. So if y'all are thinking she has multiples, nope, not on this. All right, here is the next one. This one is a size large. Size large. It's basic black. Oh, I think I forgot to show you the pockets. So once again, it's a drawstring, stretchy. Okay, next here is white. This one is a size 3X. And here's the marking. Once again, tagless. Still has the cute little tie on the capri. And the last one is more of a linen type material. It is basic additions. And it is extra, extra large. And the bottom is just plain. But you can see it's that kind of crinkle linen type material. And it's in a cream color. Okay, looking for $8. Got 4 different pairs here. Cream, white, black, and tan. Oh, sorry that they're not your size, Lisa, but if you're shopping for your mommy. Okay, last call on these then. Okay. Well, next I have an item that will make everybody look better in their clothes. This is by Maidenform. It's called Flex Ease. It's a high-waisted thigh slimmer by Sculpts. It's now cooling. Now, they're calling it a thigh slimmer, but it also covers all of your abdomen all the way up past your belly button. So it's going to go basically up to your bra line. So look right here. Not just a thigh shaper. No, no, no. It's going to go up, up, up. You can see where it nips in. This is the waist, and this is the kind that's going to go all the way up to underneath your bra line. So, oh, I forgot to give the size and the price. It's Cool Comfort. We're going to start this at $7, and the size is 2X. 2X. And here's the size guide. So it goes up to a hip of 48 or 50, dress size 18 to 20. So if you just want to look good in the clothing you already have, here is this great shaper. Yep, I was in the 80s too. This is black, and it's size 2X. And it's by Maidenform. Let me show y'all the label again. Here's the label. And here you go, 2X. So plush waistband with a no-slip feature. Our stay put promise. Brushed on pattern designed to smooth tummy, hips, and provide a rear lift. Oh my. Wish this was in my size then. I could use all that. Okay, so $7 for this brand new with tags shaper piece by Maidenform. Oh, bye, Lisa. Thanks so much for stopping by. Oh, the capris were in a 3X, a large, and an extra, extra large. The black capris were a size large. Okay, any interest on this shapewear? And I just love this pretty design on it, on the sides, on the stomach. That way, when you're poured into it, it doesn't look like you have a muffin top or a sausage top. It just looks pretty, almost like it's clothing under your clothing. Okay, we're going to pass on this then. All right, next, this is going to be just $5. It's Adidas. This is black track pants with a racing stripe to them. These have been previously worn, which is why they're only $5. This one is a size large. Size large. But I can't fit into these anymore. And so I thought, well, maybe somebody else would enjoy these. So $5 Adidas track pants. Hi, Colleen. It's so weird. I see everybody saying hi, OG, hi, Colleen, but I don't actually see it in my chat. y'all said, oh, there was a super chat, and I didn't see it in my chat. I'll tell you. Okay, any interest in this Adidas pant? Oh, if they were bigger, I would have kept them. I've always been scared about selling off any of my actual clothing, although I know people do that at Colleen's sale all the time. But I thought, well, I'll try it on my channel and then maybe I'll get brave. But I feel like it might reveal a little bit too much about me. But I thought, well, I will try a piece or two tonight. But most of what I have is brand new with tag. Okay, we will pass on this. Last time I showed sweatpants, I only had one color, and people said, don't you have more colors? Don't you have more colors? So I brought back some more colors. All right, this is the one that I showed last time, and then I'll show you the other colors. So these sweatpants are going to be $8, starting bid for choice. So here we go. This is a fleece jogger sweatpant. The color is egret, which it's really a creamy color, and it's a 2X. And let me show you what they look like. They have a drawstring right here. They have pockets on the bias. Here's the pockets. Because I know some of y'all like pockets. It's so funny. I keep hearing that people like pockets, but I, for my own clothes, actively look for things that don't have pockets because I don't want it to make me look fatter than I am. Sorry, more bulky. And here's the bottom. These have the elastic so that nothing's crawling up. All right, here's the first choice. Let me show you the other choices I've gotten. Next, I have some gray ones. These are an extra large, and they say Wildcats on them. These were $24. $24. Hi, Colleen. Okay, so gray in the extra large. These say Wildcats. Okay. Next color, this is like a heathered cream. Do y'all see the beautiful heathering in them? This one is an extra large. So it's got the flat waist. I love a flat waist. So if you don't want that drawstring making it look like you have a second belly button, here's your flat waist. And the bottom is also flat like a real hat. Colleen, here's the problem, sweetheart. I saw people in the chat saying, hi, Colleen, hi, OG, but I didn't see you. So just like when I originally didn't see you, I saw people talking to you. I think others might have had that same problem. Now we see you all just mighty fine. But before, I didn't. Okay, next color, and I think this is a gorgeous color. This is salmon. I hope it's not coming across as orange because it's not orange. It's salmon. This one's a 3X. 3X drawstring. And here we go. This is a wider, but it does still have a little bit of elastic. So it's kind of the best of both worlds. It's the best of both worlds. But if you were liking that one, I do have two of that one. Two. All right, let's see if there's any interest. That was such an exciting auction with you and Tracy earlier. I don't think I've ever seen so many sales so quickly and so much bidding. It was so fun to watch. I hated to actually stop watching and start here because I was enjoying watching the bidding, 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 fast and furious. Okay, any interest on any of these sweatpants? Different colors, different sizes. Although I think the person who asked for different colors and different sizes isn't here tonight. But, that's the way it works out sometimes. All right, any interest? That was so exciting to see. People just love the Ray Dunn. They somehow can just find room in their budget for it. So it was genius on Tracy's part to invest in a luxury that she knew the name brand would sell no matter what's going on with the economy, what's going on with bills. There are certain items that people find a way to make room for in the budget. And so that was genius. Tracy is genius in so many ways, not just with marketing and advertising and ideas, but also just with her purchases and her sourcing. So God has definitely found a way to bless her and comfort her in her time of grief. So this is a great distraction from her grieving. Because she can't just grieve every single minute and cry every single minute. You got to do some other stuff too, because your loved ones would want that. So I think this timing was just absolutely heaven sent. I definitely wish that I had started my YouTube sooner after my parents passed, so that it would have given me something to do in my time of grieving. Okay, well, if none of these are of interest, then I'm going to put these away. I've got a couple of other clothing things to show, and then we will move on from clothing. It was just so popular Monday, I thought, well, I will show it again this Monday. But, sometimes things are just for a limited time. All right, still $8. Let me show you what I have. I have ladies joggers. These are 3X, and they are this fun camo print. And I don't know about where y'all live, but in Louisiana, camo is both for men and women, and camo is worn like a neutral. So you don't just have to wear camo with oh, Ellen, thank you, thank you, thank you. What a blessing. And let me show my gratitude for you with this special video.
Let's dance, let's sing, let's shout to the rhythm of life day and night. Let's say, Liverpool, let's roll. Let the good times roll, let the good times roll. With gratitude in our soul, let the good times roll. Let the good times roll, let the good times roll. Let the good times roll, let the good times roll. With gratitude in our soul, let the good times roll. Let the good times roll, let the good times roll.
Woohoo! Thank you so much for that super chat, Ellen. And if anybody missed the beginning of the show, I did an opening of a gift that Ellen sent. I showed the beautiful package, told the story all about it, and even looked for the markings on it because she made a note about the markings on it. So y'all make sure and check her out. Okay, so of this, we've got the 3X jogger pants as the first choice. Second choice are these ladies plaid pull-on pants. These are in an extra large. And you will see that they have front pockets. They're a closet plaid and a straight leg. And y'all remember, I have memberships in 3 different levels. And then lastly, let's see, when my cousin Tara had her daughter in 2013, she wanted camo in the baby bag. And I was going to make her, so I found a pink black camo online. Oh, that's fantastic. I love that idea. Okay, and the last choice, and these are so velvety and soft. I'm not sure if y'all can see these or not. These are a lady's ultra plush legging. These are a size extra large, and they are a beautiful pink color, so soft and buttery. And here's the bottom of the leg. They're like real pants, but they are comfortable enough that you could wear them all day around your house to do your errands, etc. So these are the 3 choices, $8 starting bid. And my moderators are dropping the links for Ellen so that y'all can see her auctions and maybe even win some prizes of your own. My niece wore a camp prom dress. Oh. And Jen says, I had made a baby bag for her when she had her son in 2011 in the normal camo colors because her husband was in the Army. Okay. Well, there are some people who just like camo, and I think there's nothing wrong with it. It's a nice outdoorsy, natural kind of color. So I have a pair of camo shorts, and they're actually men's shorts, but I like them better because the drawstring is on the inside and they go all the way down to a knee. They're like a basketball style, but they have a camo pattern. And I have a little V-neck shirt. So 9 times out of 10, if you ever video call me on Discord and say, hey, what are you up to? What are you wearing? That's what I have on during the summer or even into the fall because it's just so comfortable around the house. All right. Any interest in these brand new little pants? Okay, thanks for dropping her link. I think her auctions are on at the same time as Lisa's, but sometimes y'all can manage to watch both. Sandy says, camo is like dressing up around here. Boy, can y'all tell Sandy's in the Southwest? Oh. Okay, last call on these. All right, let's move these aside here. We're going to get to selling some stuff tonight. All right, I don't know if anybody here enjoys flower arranging, but I have some beautiful long stem flowers to show to you. All right, I'm going to start these at just $2. So here they are. You get 2 flowers on this stem, and these are beautiful white roses. Might have too much light. Beautiful white roses, and they've also got pretty leaves with them. This is going to be the first option. If you prefer colored, here's the colored. These are lavender roses. I think these might be peonies. I could be wrong. Anybody in the chat, feel free to correct me. Oh, I'm not sure if Mama June is really the person to ask for fashion advice, but bless her heart. So she's very controversial, but okay, so here's these. And lastly, I have this big bouquet of yellow lilies. Let's see, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 yellow lilies in the bunch. So all of these different choices, $2 starting bid. So many of y'all have so much to say about the camo, and yet it was still a pass. But we're going to keep trying. Let's see if anybody enjoys flowers or floral designs. Well, everybody has their own idea of dressing up. Some people think they strap on some stilettos and they're dressed up. Other people think just putting on some jeans is dressing up. Some people think their church dresses are dressing up. Some people think you have to wear, sequins and beads to dress up. So everybody has their own opinion of dressed up. Just like with an updo. Some people say, oh, she put her hair up. Although I would say just the opposite. I wear my hair in a messy bun almost every day. Not quite as much as Colleen, but almost every day because it's hot here. So my idea of dressing up is letting the hair down and, curling it and styling it down. So therefore, these things, are all in your mind. If you usually wear your hair down, then putting it in a fancy updo is dressing up. And if you normally wear it in a messy bun, not saying that Colleen's bun is messy, I'm only saying that my bun is messy, that then taking it down and is dressing up. So. Okay, any interest in the flowers? Oh, and I don't know if I showed you, but these do still have their tags. Well, maybe this one doesn't. I see several with tags. And the tags say that this product can expose you to chemicals, which apparently are known to California state, blah, 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 blah. So I'm not sure how that works, but I did want to show you that warning label. Oh, cowboy boots everywhere. Okay. All right, we're going to pass on these. All right, next, let me show some fragrances. We're going to start these sets at 12. We've got Father's Day coming up, and these would be great gifts for fathers. Well, and I have one for women as well. This one's called Wild Earth. It has a shower gel, a fragrance mist, hand cream, and a body lotion. And some of you may be wondering, well, what does it actually smell like? It says the bold and subtle top notes of sweet Anjou pear and crisp green apple exude the fresh trail of nature. The gentle potency of warm cardamom and ginger create a spicy middle note that's tempered by a mahogany wood. Okay, so that's the first choice, the men's choice. For women, I have this one called Citrus Sparkle. Look how pretty that bottle is. That just looks so gorgeous to me. And once again, you're going to get a shower gel, a fragrance mist, a hand cream, and a body lotion. And this is going to be ideal for spring and summer. It says a burst of a bright citrus creates a fizzy essence of sparkling champagne. The tang and zest of the middle notes of sugared tangerine and orange juice are accompanied by the soothing sweetness of sandalwood, musks, and vanilla. Kind of hard to read white print on yellow. Okay, so these are your two choices. So we've got Wild Earth for guys and Citrus Sparkle for ladies. Looking for $12 starting bid. Oh, it's so quiet. I need a co-host. But tonight may end up being a short night. We'll just see. All right. Any other interest? All right. Let's pass on these then. Okay. Next, I have some salt and pepper shakers. The first ones are, and these are both brand new and sealed. I always get leery when I see people sell salt and pepper shakers that are used or vintage. And I've even heard some people say, I bought them and there was salt and pepper in them. They were used, they weren't cleaned out, because we all know bacteria can grow anywhere. So therefore, these are new and sealed. These are going to be $6 starting bid for choice. So here's the first ones. They are cacti. And here are the second ones. These are chili peppers. And I love that there's a green one and a red one. And that's just the way they're made. So $6 starting bid for choice. Well, if I turn it that way, you can't tell it's a cactus. Oh, yes. If you're just collecting them, that's totally different than the ones you put your edible food in and use at your actual dinner table. I'll tell y'all a funny story. At least I hope it's funny. It might be gross. If you're eating, you might want to mute for just about 20 seconds. But I recently started having problems with my refrigerator not cooling things. And I asked somebody, and he said, you probably just have a vent plugged up. And he's like, do you clean the vents? And I said, what do you mean by the vents? Like, the door, the suction, the trays, the cupboards. And he's like, "No, are you only cleaning the inside?" And I said, "Yes." "Are you not supposed to?" And he's like, "Yeah, you're supposed to clean the inside, but you got to get down on your hands and knees. And on the bottom, there's like a funny vent thing. And you've got to take it off and you've got to clean the vent from the inside and clean the vent from the outside. And because that could be why your fridge and freezer isn't seeming so cold anymore. Because if it's not cold enough, it's not going to make ice." And I said, "Well, it's not making ice. It's not feeling all that cold either. My ice cream is like a puddle and my meat's starting to smell." So I later realized that apparently there are some vents on the outside. I had stupidly only been cleaning the inside for my entire life. Okay, we've got Teresa in. Sorry if that story was gross. My apologies to anybody who might have been eating. It's always my pet peeve when I'm watching auctions, because I like to eat while I watch auctions. Somebody will tell a gross story without like warning me, because I don't want to hear about fuzzballs when I'm eating. Okay, the spicy chili peppers are apparently going to Teresa. Maybe instead of calling her the filet mignon of my channel, I should call her the spicy pepper of my channel. I wonder if that would be more to her liking. You let me know if you want to change your nickname. I will call you any fun thing in the chat you want to. Okay, sold, sold, sold. Thank you, Teresa. All right, anybody else for the cactus? Okay, we're going to pass on this. Hello, hello, Rainbow. So good to see you. And so sweet that Rainbow worried that Amy might be tired, even though it's still early. Thank you so much. Okay, well, I don't know if anybody likes cactuses, but I have this cactus light. Back up so y'all can see the full thing. This was originally $10. I'm going to start this at just 5. Let me show you how this works. You have to open the back here and put in batteries, and then here's your on-off switch. It doesn't have batteries, and you're not allowed to ship things with batteries in them. So obviously you'll have to provide your own batteries, but a light up cactus. So we're going to start this one at just $5 new with tag. I'm not spicy. I'm boring too. I always tell that to people. Maybe that's why guys don't seem to like me or want to marry me. I'm just boring. But I don't want to be outrageous and then hate myself for doing and saying outrageous things. I just want to be me. I think boring is okay. Boring can be just sweet and kind and blessed. I don't think you have to be outrageous, because then you have regrets and you're like, should I have said that? Should I have done that? Should I have worn that? I like to live a life with as few regrets as I possibly can. Although most of my regrets are things that I didn't do. But many of them were outside of my control, like not getting married. But if you don't get a proposal, it's not like you can just get married. So, okay, any interest? Oh, thank you for thinking the cactus is cool. I appreciate that. I don't have any spare batteries just lying around. If I don't sell it and end up keeping it, I might. because I do like cordless lights, especially during hurricane season, but I was hoping to sell it. Okay, last call on this then. All right. Well, with cool drink season coming up, I've got a set of two of these koozies. This two pack is going to start out at $3. So this one says sweet as a cupcake. And look how pretty that cupcake is with rainbow sprinkles even and a pretty little smile. Ask OG, neither is my dog. Well, I am blessed. I am very blessed that your dog isn't quiet. I really enjoyed that super chat last night. So thank you for letting Chewy encourage me with that super chat. I appreciate that. So therefore, if you need a way to keep your drink can cold, this is also great decor for your picnics and barbecues and grills. You could even take a permanent marker or paint pen and write somebody's name on it, and then you could tell whose drink is whose. Because, if everybody's having a Coke, sometimes it's hard to tell, wait, was that yours? Was that mine? Or everybody was having a Mountain Dew or a Sprite or whatever it was you were serving. So $3 for a two-pack. And Cripple Creek says, I used to like living on the edge. I'm on the edge of glory. Yes, Chewy is a good super chatter. So I was blessed. Some channels get a lot of super chats. I'm sure they have a hard time keeping up with them. But they mean so much to me as a small channel. It does. It does kind of have a Tracy Cakes vibe. Absolutely. Okay, last call on these. All right, let me pass on those. All right, we're at the top of the hour. So we're going to do another round of Belle's Bargain Bonanza, where everything is going to start at just $1. Let me show you what I have. All right, first I have some cute little paper clips. These are shaped like cats. Well, not everybody can be good at everything. For instance, I can't do crafts, so somebody else might not be great at singing. These are also cats. These are a coppery color. Here's a cute little teacher notebook. It says, you will always be my favorite teacher. This one says, an awesome teacher is hard to find and impossible to forget. Great little teacher appreciation gifts. Then I've got some little Post-its. This is a cat really busy working at the cat's desk. This set of Post-it notes has two little cat scenes on it. I think you'll know Miss Hello Kitty. Oh, I don't take any medication for my nut allergies. I just avoid eating them. Kind of like people who are lactose intolerant. Some of them don't take medicine for it. They just avoid eating it. Next, look at this cute little panda. Oops, I got two here. Oh, they're different. So we've got one panda sitting and one panda kind of from a side view. This one says, do your thing. It's a motivational one. And this one says, make yourself a priority. And I've got a little frog one too. Look at this cute little frog one. All right, so $1 for choice. Oh, here's one more. This one says, great things start small. And that's certainly true with YouTube or hobbies. Oh, I misunderstood. I'm sorry. When you've dealt with a nut allergy that could kill you, you try to be sensitive to other people who might have that same issue. I'm so sorry. I misunderstood when you mentioned nuts just because of my allergy. Okay, any interest on any of these clips, post-its, notes? If not, we can get back to the auction. But I wanted to give y'all lots and lots of choices. Y'all would not believe how many notes I make and take trying to remind myself of things, and I just find these helpful. Okay, any interest? All right, we're going to pass on these. And they'll be available to anybody watching the replay. All right, let's get back to the auction. And if y'all have requests of things you'd like to see, let me know. All right, next let me show some knives. Here is a big, fancy, sizable chef's knife. I'm sure some of y'all could do some damage with this one, but I think it's a great size and it really can accomplish a lot. We're going to start this one off at $5. I do want to show you that this one has a soft grip handle and it's dishwasher safe. This is called a chef knife. And look at this beautiful serrated blade. Great for cutting through meat, cutting through bread, cutting through vegetables. I bet James, Mr. No Jackpot, No Problem, Mike could have used this when he was talking about all of his cooking and prep and such. I bet this would have helped him. He may not still be watching, but I probably should have shown it then. $5. $5. $5. $5 chef knife. $5. $5. $5 chef knife. Okay. Any interest in this dishwasher safe with comfort grip handle chef knife? Okay, now if you're thinking that's just too big, I couldn't handle something that is that long and with that much blade, because here's the ruler. Look how big it is. It's huge. So if this is too much knife for you, I do have a smaller one. Now this one's called a utility knife. So if you need a knife that's smaller and thinner, this is especially great for fishermen and hunters and filleting those fish. I'll show it to you next to here so you can see the difference in size. We're going to start this one at only 4. This one at only 4. It's still dishwasher safe with the flexible comfort grip handle. I'll give Jane a minute to put in the $4 price for the utility knife. Okay, any interest? If y'all would, please click the thumbs up. Okay, we'll pass on this too. All right, next I've got a set of 6 plates. Now, most of the time I sell paper plates. These are plastic and they're really upscale. I'm not sure if y'all can see, but they have a silver rim around them. So if you need a way that you can dine outside for your picnics and barbecues, but you don't want paper, or you're maybe serving big steaks or something you need to cut on, and you can't really cut on those paper plates. These are plastic, but they're very upscale. I'm going to start this whole 6-pack for $5. And you'll see they are sourced locally, which is why they're also in French. The size is 7.5 inches. So they're still a good size. It's so quiet. All right, we'll pass on this too then. Okay, I had sold one of these before. I had a 4-pack, and Lisa actually bought it in the chat, Lisa M Adventure, and had me send it to Haley. This is just a single, and it's called kinesiology tape. It was originally $5.05, and it's said to help reduce pain. And I'm guessing that's some well-known athlete. I don't really know. We're going to start this at just $2, Jane. It says that these are pre-cut strips for easy application. They are breathable and water resistant. They help to maintain flexibility. They're wearable up to 5 long days. And they have a wave pattern adhesive. Also, you will see that they are endorsed by the World Federation of Athletic Training and Therapy. And it's, oh, I can't say that on YouTube because I can't make medical claims. So I do not make medical claims. I do not. So, kinesiology tape. I'm a little fuzzy. Okay, $2 starting bid. So even if you're not sure if it can help you, even if you're not sure if it's right for you, you get 8 strips in here and it's only $2. So that's like 25 cents a strip, 25 cents a use. Even if it doesn't help you, you could try one and then pass it on to somebody else. It's a really inexpensive price just to see if it might possibly help with your pain. Maybe you have somebody you've been saying, "Oh, you should try this. You should try this." At $2 for a whole box of this, this is an inexpensive way you can try it. Okay, Teresa's in for 2. Oh, I don't know if I mentioned this, but it's a one and done, so there's no duplicates. And Jane is sharing that Haley has to use this in her therapy. Jane means a physical therapy, of course. Okay, we're at fair warning. Okay, we are sold to Teresa. All right, here's another gizmo that may help some of y'all. It's an anti-snore device. So for those of y'all who are blessed enough to be married, it is apparently to reduce snoring. And well, the instructions are kind of over it. It says anti-snoring device, nose snore store. Single pack, single nasal device. Breathe comfortably, sleep and snoring. Okay, so for men and women. Okay, so here we go. $2. $2. I can't promise that this will work. I've never tried this. I got this at the liquidator. You can tell anytime there's a barcode and it's on the side like this, it's something random I got at the liquidator. Oh, that's such a sweet picture. That's what I want. Y'all see the clean shaven guy just snuggling his wife. That's what, okay, I'm being too personal. All right. So looking for $2. $2. And Sandy was also familiar with those. I guess I must be behind in the chat. Oh, you talk in your sleep. My mom used to tell me that I talked in my sleep. I don't know if that's true, but she always said that. Because I'd always say, "Well, what was I saying?" And then she'd tell me, and I was always so interested because most of the time I can't remember my dreams unless I, you know, have slept so much that I dream right before I wake up. But most of the time, I'm behind in sleep and I wake up last minute or in a hurry or with an alarm. My daughter Elizabeth does too. I was going to ask that, but I didn't want to be personal. I kept hearing people mention Elizabeth, but I didn't know who Elizabeth was, and I didn't want to be presumptuous. But I'm glad to now know that Elizabeth is your daughter, because I thought, it could be a daughter, a granddaughter, a sister, a maid. So I never want to get in people's business, but I love, love, love when y'all share with me. Yeah, my mom used to think it was kind of funny too. All right, $2 for this anti-snoring device. I wish I could get the guide. No, I'm kidding. Okay, we'll pass on this. Okay, next. Do we have any Spider-Man fans? I have this fabulous Spider-Man pillow. Look at this thing. It's the Spider-Man, and it's just his face. This pillow was originally $10. $10. I'm going to start this at just 5. It's new with tags. It is a Marvel licensed product. And let's see if it says anything else about it. Not for children 3 years and under. It's just a perfect size of a head of Spider-Man to put your head on. And on the back, it's solid. Madison sleeps, walks, and talks. If you ever need to know something, she will answer you. I wonder who Madison is. Okay, looking for $5 for the Spider-Man. Spider-Man, Spider-Man. It's like your emotional support superhero. There to comfort you and also save the day. I don't know that necessarily has to be limited to a boy or a girl. I think those Big Bang Theory guys, like Sheldon Cooper, might like a pillow like this. I don't know. Maybe. If it doesn't sell at some point, I might make this mine. Of course, I have to say that about everything because whenever I need or want something, I don't let myself go and pick out what I might want. I just finally pull the tag off of something I have and use that instead. Oh. Well, I don't think I've done a price drop yet. Usually, I don't do a price drop the first time I show anything, but I'm just having a feeling like this might be right for somebody. I'm going to price drop this down to $3. Buy it now. Anybody think this fancy brand new with tag Marvel branded Superman pillow is worth $3? I'll give Jane a minute to put that in the chat. Okay, last call on this one then. And you know what would be cute is we had this earlier. How nice would this be as a set? The red of the watermelon and the red of the strawberry of the Spider-Man. Okay, we're gonna clear this away. All right, next $5 for choice. I've got some makeup palettes. All right, let me show you what I have. All right, first we've got CoverGirl Sunsets. Oops. There we go. Next, here is CoverGirl Peach Punch. And notice this is peach scented. Peach scented. So if you like your makeup scented, here we go. Okay, next I've got a whole palette that says day to night. And you'll see we've got grays and browns and smoky colors. This one is also a day to night, but it's all shades of various browns and neutrals. Okay, here are some different colors once again, all on the paler side in case you have fair skin like I do and don't really need the super dark colors. Or for those who, oh wait, is this one the same as this one? Yeah, that one and that one are the same. Okay, there we go. $5 for choice. So we've got 3 day into nights, and we've got 2 of the CoverGirl. And I do love that on the back, they have these little tutorials to show you how to apply it, which colors go together. I like that. Here's the tutorial on the back of day to night. Great for kids who are learning makeup for the first time, or for adults who are wanting to try something new or try something more elaborate. Makeup's kind of easy when you're a kid because you don't need that much. You're already so young and beautiful. And then by the time you get older, then you've got to be careful about how you put it on because you don't want to wear so much that you look all painted up, but yet you don't want to apply it in a way where it clumps or cakes or makes you look older. And of course, I'm sure everybody knows that you can't use makeup forever, that about every 2 years, you've just got to throw it out. Even if you don't share makeup with anybody, just our own natural bacterias of dipping it in and putting it on every day, therefore build up. And we've just got to let it go and start with new. So for some people, spring is not only spring cleaning, but spring cleaning out of their makeup and cosmetics. Okay, we're going to pass on these then. Okay, next $10 starting bid. Let me back up my camera because this is big. Post it up on something. This is a lovely decor piece that says live, laugh, and love. So let me give you a closer look. The first one says live every moment, laugh every day, and love beyond words. So a whole three-piece set. And I love that you can use them together, or you could use them different places, or break them up, or different rooms. But I also love that they have these little knobs or hangers. So maybe you have these for your kids, and they each put their book bag or backpack on these. Or maybe you hang your shopping bags on them. Maybe you hang your dog leash and so forth on them. So much you could use to hang. There's a little bit of a glare on the below. All right, any interest? Okay, we're gonna pass that. Okay, next $5. I have a set of three headbands. These are Disney Junior Minnie Mouse, and they are beautiful and glittery. So you're going to get a magenta one, a turquoise one, and a silvery one. And look at these cute little bows on them as well. So it's a whole three-pack set. I only have one of these. Oh, wait, Sandy was in for the decor. Let me go back and get that. Okay, thank you so much, Sandy. I keep forgetting about the lag. We'll go back to the decor. Thank you, thank you. Uh, okay, sold, sold, sold. Thank you, Jane. All right, $5 for the three-pack of these sparkly, cute Disney Junior Minnie Mouse. Here's the back. And I just think these are darling. Oops, got it upside down. Oh, look, there's a little heart in the center. So each of these headbands also has a bow. So if kids are debating, do I wear a headband? Do I wear a bow? Do I wear a headband? Do I wear a bow? Well, these are a bow on a headband. I tell you what, since we're getting towards the later parts of the auction, I'm going to make this $5 for choice. So this is going to be the first $5 choice. Second $5 choice is going to be this book. It's called The Best of Reminisce, and it's got all of these old oh, that's about the author. It's got all of this old reminiscing stories and pictures and whatnot to it. So if you're into memorabilia and sentiment, or even if you wanted to cut this up for ephemera, fantastic for that. So that's going to be the second choice. Third choice is going to be This lantern, it's a wooden lantern with a metal hanger. Here's the bottom where you can put your candle, put fairy lights, put a flameless light. So that will be a choice as well. Sometimes more choices just makes it a little bit better. All right, looking for $5. Any interest? Last call. All right, we're gonna pass them if there's no interest. Okay, next $3, Jane. Has anybody ever made your own popsicles or your own ice pops? If you realize that most of them in the store are just sugar water or just frozen syrup, you might want to make your own, maybe out of lemon water, maybe out of cucumber water, lemonade, fruit juice. Well, this is a make your own ice pop, and they're shaped like baby shark. Baby shark do 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 do, baby shark do 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 do, baby shark do 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 do, baby shark. So look how cute these are. Just adorable. So $3 for a set of three baby shark make your own ice pops. Really great for summer and this hot weather in the 70s, in the 80s we've been having. Some of y'all are still in the 70s, I know. But even in the 70s, don't you enjoy some ice pops? There are some people that eat ice cream even in the winter. Not me, but there are some people. I can barely afford it in the summer. Hmm. And even though it's to make your own ice pops, you could just use this as a mold for something else and not put the pop part in. You could use this as a mold for like soap or something if you wanted to, and just not put the pop part in. Okay. Any interest? Now, even though it is hot weather, sometimes some people still want to wrap up in something warm or something cute. I know a lot of y'all are animal lovers, and I recently found this soft throw, and look how pretty it is. It's these cute little kitties. Now, I should probably wait to sell blankets till it gets cold, but I just retail arbitraged this. I saw these cute little kitties. And I'm like, somebody might need that in their life. So here's the actual blanket. Look how pretty it is. Got some pretty colors in it. Here's what it looks like in its totality. $10. This blanket measures 50 by 60. Brand new. So if you want to curl up with some kitties, but kitties that you don't have to feed and take to the bathroom and give shots to and all, these will just be kitties you can curl up with on the throw. Okay, we're going to pass on those. Next, anybody looking for small little stud earrings? I've got this set, and look at all of the colors. I think basically all the colors of the rainbow are in here. And if you have a child, a teen, a tween with pierced ears, and they just need the different colors to go with each of their little play outfits, or there are some adults who have like a little second hole in, the top of their ear or the middle or a septum or something. These are small earrings. I most of the time do not sell things as a lot, but I'm selling this as a lot. So you get the whole box of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 across, 1, 2, 3, 4, 20 total, 20 pairs of earrings. I'm going to start these out for $2. 20 pairs of earrings, and I'm starting it for $2. So all the colors represented. So you get the entire box of 20 for $2. Oh, you are spicy, aren't you? My, oh my. Okay, well, to each their own. I don't know what to say after that. I'm learning a lot about Teresa tonight. Learned about the piercings. Learned that she has a daughter. Learned that her daughter's name is Elizabeth. Learned that she's a little spicy, but yet considers herself boring. Okay, I love when we get to know each other. And Cripple Creek says that hers are pierced 3 times. Okay. Well, y'all must think I'm so boring to not have my ears pierced at all, not have anything pierced anywhere. Yep, I'm the epitome of boring. It's okay, y'all, but God loves me anyway. All right, $2 for 20 pairs of little stud earrings. Really, y'all? Are we really passing? I started to start these at $1 a pair for choice, and then I thought, no, I just want to get rid of the whole thing, quick and easy. All right, well, we can pass them. You too, Jane? Wait, is it you two that you love Teresa, or you two that you have 3 total piercings? I want to hear the answer to that, me too. Okay. People always surprise me. All right, next I've got 2 lovely signs. I'm going to go down to just $2 on these. One says home, but the O to the home is a cent dollar. And a septum piercing, okay. And the other one says it's a sure thing. And look, here is a starfish. Okay, so we've got a nose piercing, a belly button piercing. Y'all are just living on the edge, I tell you. I'm so boring by comparison. And y'all are thinking that's why she can't get a husband? Okay, so we're dropping these down to $2 for choice. Let me get my ruler. Here's my ruler. So they're just a little shorter than 12 inches. Oh, your Haley is a clip-on wearer like me and Laurie. Nice. Okay, and here's Colleen. I didn't even know Colleen was still watching, but this is like get to know your piercings night. Colleen is confessing to nose, 8 in the left ear, 3 in the right. Why? 8 on one side and 3 on another. Does that make you lean to one side? I shouldn't ask that. That's probably rude. I didn't mean that rude. I'm just picturing, like never mind. I shouldn't say that out loud. Okay. Anybody else want to confess? This is both kind of interesting and funny. I love that y'all are open enough and giving enough and sharing enough as what Tracy calls found family to share these ultra private details. I never would have imagined and guessed all of this. Am I the only person with no piercings? Anybody want to confess the opposite way? Anybody else want to join my land of boring prudishness? Of course, because she does what she wants. Okay, so if she, all right. My mom, and this is not the same as ear piercing, so I don't want y'all to say, but that's not the same. It's not the same. I'm telling you ahead, it's not the same. Used to say that she always tipped to the right just because she would carry a big purse around, and she always put the purse on her right arm, and she always said that made her walk unevenly because she had a big, heavy weight on her right arm. And even when she set the purse down, because she carried it for decades and decades and decades, now, granted, it would be a different purse, but a purse of a similar weight, that she always felt like it made her lean to one side. Oh. And my dad always teased her, it was like carrying a suitcase around. Of course, it wasn't. She stayed put her whole life until death parted them. But he always teased her that she was carrying around a suitcase, so she had options. Not that she wanted an option, and she would not have taken an option, but that was the running joke between them. Just because you have a piercing doesn't mean you necessarily put something in your piercing. So, some people have those just for private. And likewise, I've seen some ads for like clip on nose rings for people who want the look of clipping it on, but their parents won't actually let them get their septum pierced. So I think it works both ways, where you can be as radical as you want to and take those piercings out. Like Cynthia Erivo, when she was in Wicked, she apparently has 1,000,000,003 piercings in her ears and yet just took them out or put some kind of prosthetic over it. And there are other people who have no piercings and put all kinds of stickers and clip ons just to seem more radical. So I think it works both ways. Oh, Sandy, I was going to ask that of all y'all with your piercings, but I didn't want to go negative because I always try not to be negative on my channel. But Sandy is admitting here in real confessions of the piercing. that she had a belly button done accidentally ripped out. I've heard of people having hoop earrings and them getting ripped out during, car accidents and altercations and so forth. I used to wear them all filled. Filled with what? Filled? You mean like the hole filled up so it would grow back together? That sounds so painful. Oh, a tongue piercing. Seems like food would just get stuck in there and then bacteria would grow. Unless you like wore it all the time, but wouldn't it be clanking on your teeth? Okay, well, we will pass on these, even though I reduced them to $2. Okay, next, I have some double-sided tape. We're going to start these at $3. Oh, now are we going to tattoos? Well, I will just say, and I'm sure y'all will not be surprised, that I have no tattoos. I think we've seen OGs when she's showing products. Okay, so $3 double-sided tape. It's still sealed. So for those craft projects, those DIYs, those fixer-ups. Okay, here comes the confessions. Let's see. Teresa has 7. So I'm guessing if Sandy says still want a tattoo, that means she's a 0. So Sandy 0, Teresa 7. I'm scared to ask Colleen because that might give viewers the wrong idea. But Colleen is going to confess that she was a tattoo artist before reselling. Oh my. You might need to show me in the private chat after an auction sometime because I'm mildly curious because I know yours actually mean something to you. If you just want to show, if you don't, then that's fine. Y'all don't know that we're multi-seller auction at the time, unless the other person's busy or has to walk their dog or go get something to eat. Sellers just talk and talk and talk. I gotta confess, half the time I talk to the early morning of the hours of with Colleen. Oh, it's like the only time we get to talk. Okay, so this is a big, long, thick roll of double-sided tape. Sandy, let me ask this, sweetheart. Have you ever thought about just getting a temporary tattoo? I even have some. I was going to show them around Halloween, and I just forgot. Because then you could just put it on, and I think they stay on for 2 weeks, these heavy-duty adult ones I have. And then you wouldn't have to go through the pain. Now, I don't know why, no offense, Colleen, but if you get it in a place you can't see it, I'm not really sure what the point is. I can see, if you get one and it's and I'll use Colleen as an example, on her forearm, she can look down at that any day, every day. I'm not really sure why people get them in places they can't see. That doesn't really make sense to me, but memories of lost loved ones. Okay, that kind of makes sense to me, but seems like you're still remembering them in the mind, and unless you're going to stand with a mirror and try to see your own back. But, Colleen does what she wants. So even if it doesn't make sense to me, she does what she wants. And I'm not here to pass judgment. So I'm interested and curious about anybody who wants to share. But so y'all feel free to share. There's no judgment. Okay, we are sold. How many would you like, Janice? Okay, well, there are ways, that you can look through a mirror to another mirror, kind of like when we're styling the back of our hair. So I know that there are ways with enough mirrors you can see things on your back. It's not super simple, but it might be easier to take a picture of your back and look at the picture. And if you're going to take a picture, it could just be temporary. Okay, she's going to get 2. All right, here's 2 for Janice. Anybody else? Okay, last call on the double-sided tape. Okay, next I want to show you a fabulous wind chime. Here's the top of it. It's got a nice big hanger. And then look at this spectacular sunflower. And then here's the hanger, and here's all of the chimes, and here is the weight. So I'm going to start this big wind chime at $10. Let's see if I can get it all in the frame. $10. Well, condolences for the loved ones you lost. Oh, Craig's back. Welcome, welcome. Well, you missed some good stuff, Craig, but you can always watch back. I'm sure he won't be sad that he missed makeup, but some of the other stuff he might have liked. Oh, I did have a men's fragrance set and some knives and some other stuff. Okay, looking for $10 for this big sunflower wind chime. Okay, Sandy's in for 10. Anybody want to bid it up? Sandy, are sunflowers your state flower? I'm trying to remember. It might be Kansas rather than your state. I have a hard time remembering. Carla, hello, hello. Carla decided to become my cyber sister a couple of weeks ago. I love that. And I have to tell y'all, I'm really glad you tuned in. Being alone and especially missing my mom Mother's Day and then Father's Day, because I think I miss my dad as much as I miss my mom, maybe even more so, are so hard when your parents are gone and you are alone. So I was so glad to be in Colleen's chat last night and y'all again. So I seem to just be missing them more around Mother's Day and Father's Day. I don't know if y'all have that problem. I think for most people, it just transfers from celebrating your parent to being celebrated by your kids. But when you're never the one being celebrated, therefore that transfer doesn't happen. You're just without celebration. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you, Sandy. All right, let me show you another wind chime. This one's a bit smaller. This one's going to start at 6. Now, let me show you how this one works. This one has, I'm not sure if this is glass or resin or whatever, but you can kind of see through it, and it's textured. And these wings are on springs. So do you see how they spring back and forth? How cool is that? And here's the harp and here's the hangers. It's still all wrapped up pretty, so I'm going to leave it that way for shipping. And the little clanging device on it's a flower. How cute is that? So we'll start this one. Let's see if I can get to sit up, and then I'll catch up on the chat. Well, all right. Can we do it this way, maybe? I feel the same way, Belle. My mom passed 17 years ago. It's funny. It seems like it was just a year or two ago, but a neighbor asked me how long it was because I tried to do some yard work, but I just started crying and sobbing because it was so quiet. And many of the other neighbors were having celebrations and gatherings because they had kids or moms or whoever. And so somebody took their dog out for a walk and walked in front of my house, and they caught me clearing a flower bed, but yet crying and sobbing, and just instantly knew it was missing my mom on Mother's Day, and asked how long it had been. And even though it seems like it's just a year or two, I realized it's 2025, so it's been 5 long years. 5 long years. And my parents passed 30 days apart. So I lost them all so close together. Oh, it's so nice that y'all live together, Sandy. Nice. Okay. Any interest in this one? I just love the way this is set up. I've never seen another one that has the springs on it or has this kind of stained glass type piece, although it might be just some kind of thick resin. I can't quite tell because it's in this metal. So many of us lost people during the pandemic, me included. Although I had been taking care of my parents for 5 long years, so they would have passed about the same time, even if it wasn't in the pandemic. Their deaths were not pandemic related. It was respiratory for my dad and heart for my mother. All right, just $6. All right, we're going to pass on this one then. Okay. Next, I have this sign. Welcome, Farm Sweet Farm. Not Home Sweet Home. No, no, no. Farm Sweet Farm. How cute is that? We're going to start this one at 7. Let me give you the dimensions on this. It is 10.5 by 10.5. Oh, I I think sometimes my parents would forget I'm grown too. They would remember I'm grown when they wanted me to like run an errand or drive somewhere or pick something up for them or cook something. But yet, when it was me telling them what to do or how to take medication or things that they needed to do um, about themselves or their health, then they would somehow forget I was grown. Aw, okay, Sandy says 6 send to Jane. Okay, I will. I will. So, Jane, congratulations. Look how pretty. Let's see. Carla says, I had someone make fun of me because I call him daddy. I told him any man can be a dad, but only the special ones get to be called daddy. Well, I will tell you, until the day my parents died, they were mommy and daddy. So now, occasionally when I was upset, it would be now mother. But, anytime we were just talking, it was mommy and daddy. So I have no problem with that. Me too. Doesn't change anything. Well, it changes that she has a driver's license, can go places and um, get things and run errands. I think that that is wonderful and handy. Oh, you love wind chimes. Well, let me show a few more then. So, do you have some other ones I can grab? This is probably so loud. But at least they were close enough I could grab them. Okay, last call on this sign. I tell you what, if anybody is interested in this sign, I'm going to do a price drop. If anybody's interested in this sign, let's price drop it. Watch out, Colleen, falling prices, take cover. We're going to drop the price to $5. Buy it now. Oh, and Jane says the same thing that she called hers daddy and she wished she still could. So I guess he must have passed. So I've heard Jane talk about her mom. I haven't heard her talk about a dad, but apparently she had one and he must have passed. Okay, we'll let Jane get this down to $5 and then I'll show some other wind chimes. Now that I know there is interest. I love it when y'all tell me what you're interested in. That way I can show items that might interest you. So anybody that has a farmhouse decor, or maybe you have a literal farm. I love that it says farm sweet farm. Okay, we're gonna pass on this. Okay, here's the next one. Look at this cute little frog. And look at the little tongue. And the hands are up, waving, or maybe high five. It's got a sunflower. Then here's the carriage to it. And here is the little weight clanger device. It looks like a leaf. So, and this is a beautiful ombre. I'm not sure if y'all can see, it's both green and gold, goes to oranges. So I'm going to start this one at $7. $7 for this kind of medium size. Put this up here. I have his partner, the stickmate, in his garden tub. My dad has been either dad or papa to all of his kids. Nice. Well, I'll say this about relationships as parents grow. When I was growing up, I used to think that my mom was so nice and my dad was so strict. And as I grew up and matured and got educated and had life accomplishments, um, sometimes you forget that your parents are growing up too. Because I noticed that my mom, once I went away to college, actually took a job, and her personality changed so much when she was working outside the home. She went from being so meek and hardly ever saying anything to being very outspoken. And even in their end of life situation, where I came back to Louisiana and personally took care of them their last 5 years, um, my mother became very, very difficult to please. And my dad was just the opposite. He became so mellow and so sweet and loving and constant compliments and verbal affirmations and so appreciative. Whereas he was unpleasable growing up. Anything less than 195, how could you get only a 95? I remember getting punished one time when I got a B. But yet, as an adult, he was so pleased and thankful and grateful for everything. I don't know if y'all experienced that as your parents grew older. Um, we don't usually talk about age, but I'm middle aged and my parents passed when they were each 73. So some of y'all may be older, some of y'all may be younger, some of y'all may be about the same. Okay, we are sold. Now, I have multiples of this, so let's see if Sandy wants just the one or she might need a few. And if not, we'll open this to the chat to see if anybody else is interested. And I'm so glad y'all are hanging in there with me tonight. We finally got 18 people watching. It only took me 3 hours and a full bladder to get 18 people watching, but yet, here we are. Rainbow was telling me that just today. I said, "Did you notice anything about the Saturday auction? It seems so slow." And she's like, "Well, it's because most people didn't tune in until you were like an hour and a half in. So by the time you were thinking of giving up or ending it, people were finally finding you." Oh, you shouldn't show the good stuff at the beginning. Okay, so Sandy, did you say how many you wanted? Okay, Sandy's going to take two. My chat keeps not moving and then jumping. And Carla says dad was 79 and mom was 77 when they passed. Okay, Sandy's going to take two. Answer the phone. Wait, are you watching back when my phone was ringing? Yes, Memorial Day is coming. Okay. Um, Let me go ahead and tell y'all what's going to happen for Memorial Day. Now, for Cinco de Mayo, we were supposed to have a night of Belle's bonus buys, and we kind of got distracted and forgot about it. So I said that I would do it for the next holiday. Well, I've decided, since I felt bad about forgetting it, I'm going to do it for the whole 3-day weekend. So for the Saturday sale, the Monday sale, and even the Tuesday sale, which is really after Memorial Day, it's going to be not only a lot of patriotic stuff, not only items that just happen to be red, white, and blue, but that entire weekend, I'm going to bring back the Belle's bonus buys, where you get to buy way more expensive items for way less. So last time we did a choice of $1, $3, and $5. Nobody even wanted to see the $1 ones. People just chose the 3 and 5. So I may not even offer the $1 ones. It may just be $3 and $5 ones. Okay, last call on this. All right, next I want to show some miniature wind chimes. These are only going to be $3. Here's the first one. It's a sun. Oh, it still has a big hook and a long hanger. This is galvanized metal, and I love that it's directional. So you can tell that the wind is blowing on this side and blowing on that side. And here's the little miniature chime. So, like I said, it's a miniature chime. It's more for looks. It's all metal. So that's going to be the first choice. That's why it's only $3. It's smaller. And for my gnome lovers, look at this cute little gnome. And here's the little miniature chime on it. So $3 for choice. And once again, I love all this sharing in the chat, but you know where else would be a great place to share is as a co-host. You know, at the beginning, middle of every broadcast, I'm always asking, does anybody want to co-host? I'm glad to drop the link. So once again, I want to remind y'all, if anybody wants to try co-hosting for a few minutes or even a while, y'all let me know and I will drop the link. All you have to do is have a nice voice and keep the chat G-rated and family friendly. I mean, y'all have seen Colleen. When Colleen is here, she always makes sure to keep it G-rated and family friendly. She does what she wants in her own channel. But when she's here, she chooses to do and say what she thinks I would want her to do and say. And I am forever grateful. That's the power of friendship. Because she can be what she wants to be. So she might be a little bit more loosey-goosey on her channel, but she is always so helpful and respectful when she's here. And a lot of y'all can be the same way. You can be as adventurous and rogue as you want to on other channels and just be your best self when you're here. Okay, Carla's in for 3, and Cripple Creek is saying that she's going to put up wind chimes for summer. I love that. Okay, we're counting it down. Now, I do have multiples of the sun wind chime. Oh, she's going for the gnome. She's going to turn it into a gnomeo. Oh no, Mio, wherefore art thou, no, Mio? Deny thy father and refuse thy name, or if thou wilt not, be but sworn, my love, and I will no longer be a Capulet. What's in a name? That which we call a rose would smell as sweet by any other name. I'm sorry. Okay. Wouldn't mind a Juliet. Okay. Well, I have what I have, but I'm glad to tell you what I have. Okay. It's so funny. It's been a billion years since I got my degree in theater, and yet some of those old soliloquies you just have like permanently memorized. Okay, anybody for this beautiful soleil, this beautiful sun mini wind chime? Well, there could be a difference between redneck and country. You could, be, and I tell this to people all the time because especially foreign people in my Discord always says, "Are you country?" And I say, "I'm Southern. I'm not country." You do know that there are big metropolitan cities in the South, right? And they're like, "Well, I don't know." So, and I said, even beyond that, bayou and swamp is different than country because country doesn't have bayou and swamps usually. So sometimes it's hard to explain that to people because even in places like Nashville and Memphis, there are big sprawling up mansions, and those people may wear denim, but it's denim with their diamonds. So therefore, whereas redneck can be anywhere, and many times it's people who are ingenious at ways to save things and fix things and use things for other purposes. Somebody worse than me with Billy. Who's Billy? Does Billy have a brother? And is the brother single? Okay. Oh, and look at these devotions of love. So sweet. Where's my devotions of love? It's my channel. Why am I missing out on the love? Southern drawl is not the same as a country twang. That is so true. Um, I used to have a moderator called Lisa M. Adventure, and she was in the chat earlier. And that was one of the hardest things to explain to that woman, bless her heart, because she's lived in Michigan all her life, and she could not understand the difference in a Southern drawl and a country twang. And I kept trying to explain the difference in a drawl and a twang, and she always thought I was saying draw rather than drawl, but I had the hardest time explaining that. Oh, Billy Shakespeare. I was thinking Billy might be like your dearly beloved husband. Not that you're necessarily married. I don't know who is and who isn't. Although Nancy and Teresa did dox themselves last Saturday, telling me that they were both single, and we had all the single ladies, all the single ladies, all the single ladies. So apparently, I have like my own little Golden Girls club that I didn't even realize. Okay, next, this is a chimeless wind chime. Now, what do I mean by chimeless wind chime? Well, I mean it is pretty shiny metal outdoor decor. This says welcome hanging decor. So this one doesn't actually have a chime. It's just beautiful and shiny and metal. So in lavender, it says, well, first of all, it's got a hanger and a big heart. Then in lavender, it says welcome. Then we've got pretty flowers. And then lastly, on the bottom, look at this tri-color ombre butterfly. What did you do to catch a chicken? This seems like a cool story. Okay, we're going to start this at $7. Let me put the ruler here so y'all can see. This is sizable. So we're starting this at $7. I reached to get more wind chimes, and a bunch fell. So a few I'm not going to be showing tonight. But now that I know we have interest, I will bring up more on Tuesday. Okay, let's see if there's any interest on this beautiful welcome sign. I just love the colors in this. Here's the back of it. It is brand new with tag. So pretty. And I love that it has a big, strong, sturdy harp, too. See, I'm saying there's a lot of redneck ingenuity. I've seen some redneck ingenuity, like turning a old bathtub into a pond or a fountain. And I kept thinking, that's genius. That's genius. $7, Jane. $7. No, I said, I said, with a milk crate, a rope, and a stick. Okay. Well, if you don't have a net, then I guess that's the thing to do. I just love how shiny this is, and I just love the ombre coloring. You notice it especially in the butterfly. Um, but also in the flowers. Now, I had a mom who thought that the chimes were distracting and that she thought they gave her a headache. So, this is the kind of thing that we used when she was alive because she wanted to see pretty things and blingy things and shiny things, but she didn't want all that racket. Now, up north, a racket is a sports device. Down south, racket is noise. Oh, I'm so glad. Okay, we're going to pass on this. Before I pass on this, just for size reference, I want to show you this other one. This one is not shiny, it's matte, and it's a little smaller. So this one is going to be $4. $4. So if you don't need the shine, then here it is. The hanger's a little bit smaller too, but still pretty. Still says welcome. So this one's going to be just $4. They are more feathers than plucked. So this is another one that is not a chime. It's just a pretty outdoor decor. Although really, even though it's metal, you could hang this inside, which is part of our life. All right, any interest in this one? $4, last call. All right, let's clear this one away. All right, next let me show another mini wind chime. This one's going to be $3. Same price as the other two minis. I forgot I had a miniature one that was a frog. And look, the frog has got his arms wide out to hug, to say hey, to high five. And here's the little miniature chime that hangs. So $3 on the little miniature frog wind chime. Well, sometimes I feel like I have a chat life because I don't seem to know people in real life. I just seem to chat with people online and in auctions. I'll tell y'all a funny story. I probably shouldn't tell this. Those of y'all who have been kind of following my breaking down on the side of the road, and then the third person who stopped asked me out. We went to just lunch, and he's called a few times, and he's asked some weird questions like, "Can I have a picture?" No, not that I have a picture, but it would still be no. And then he's like, "Can we video chat?" And I'm like, "Why would we video chat?" Even though I have a Discord and I can very easily video chat and do video chat all the time on it. But anyway, why would we video chat when you could just come take me out on a date? So that just seems weird to me. I'm like, just plan a date and take me out. You don't need a photo, you don't need video chat. It's like he's circumnavigating just planning a date and taking me out. So sometimes I feel like my life is more in the auction chats than in real life. So, because I want a real life friends. Is he playing leapfrog? Oh, that's a good idea. He could be playing leapfrog. And as he is leaping, listen, listen, listen. Okay. Now that y'all know way too much about my life, okay, anybody? It's not good to hear, but you must not be talking about the same thing I'm talking about. I don't know that we will have a date night. Probably not, because he doesn't seem to be planning that. We had a quick lunch at Chili's, and that was it. And he did get help for me when I was stranded on the side of the road. So that too. Although I paid for that myself. Thank you for behaving. I appreciate that. Thank you for behaving. No, pum, 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 pum. No, I think that's a different song. Okay. All right. Well, we will pass on this. Let me show one last wind chime, and then I'm going to show you some garden stakes. All right. Here's the last one. This one's going to start at, it's a $10 wind chime, but I'm going to start it at $5 because there's a tiny little problem with it. So here's the big hook for it. Here's the long chain. And look at all these pretty metal flowers. And look at this pretty butterfly on the copper pot. Here's the carriage with all of the wind chimes. Now let me show you the little problem. You see the clanger right here? It doesn't have the clanger. So that's why, even though this would normally be a $10 wind chime, I'm going to start it at just $5 because it doesn't have the clanger. It has the strings, so you can tie whatever you want to, and it's heavy enough that it's still going to work fine. But if you're a person that just needs a clanger, then tie whatever you like on it. If not, you could just amputate the little string. So let me put this up here. Okay. Are you going to sit up for me? There we go. I'm going to get the whole thing in the shot. So just $5, but y'all understand that this little part is empty. I'm giving him a chance. If he asks me out again, I am going to say yes. I doubt that he will, but he might. Because what y'all may not realize, and people ask me this all the time, and even this guy, his name happens to be Ian, asked me, he kept saying, "Are you sure you're single? Are you sure you've never been married? Are you just not interested in?" And it's like, yes, I'm interested. Yes, I want to date. Yes, I want to be married. But you can't make people ask you out. You can't make them ask you out again, and you can't make them propose. So, oops, I am single against my will. Just because I can't make it happen for myself. You know, if you want to get educated, you can get educated, you can earn degrees, you can get jobs, you can win awards, you can make money. Some things you can do unilaterally, but something like get married, you can't do unilaterally. So, therefore, you know, you're at the whim of somebody else. But if he asks me out again, I will say yes. So that's basically my whole history. Is people always say, "Did you get close? Have you been engaged? Have you, you know, done this and done that?" And it's like I would have liked to have been married. I would have liked to have been engaged, but all I can do is say yes when asked. I can't make people ask me. Otherwise, I would have been married in my 20s and I would have had kids. I hope so. Yes, I think that would be an easy fix too, where you just tie a little rock or a gemstone on there. Well, I will keep y'all updated. Some of y'all don't care, and I'm sure are like, can't you just sell some stuff? Because I realize the more I share, the less I seem to sell in these sales. But if y'all are interested, I will keep you updated. He is stopping by my house after work, so like 4:30 ish on Wednesday, because he did ask, "What day are you not broadcasting?" So, but he's just stopping by to look at my late father's truck that's sitting in the driveway because he wants a project. So, anyway, not really an excuse to see me, but so therefore, after he leaves, I'm sure I will click over into Lisa's auction, and if Lisa doesn't mind, y'all can just ask me in the chat if he finally planned a date and asked me out, or we're giving up, or he preferred to buy the truck instead. Oh. Okay, last call on this. Nobody wants a fixer-upper? Really? It just needs the one little thing. Okay, fine. Let's reduce this to $4. Since you're going to have to tie a little rock on there, let's reduce this to $4. Joni, so glad you were here. Wait, she's joining late, but she somehow heard the story and wants to be kept updated. Okay. Maybe she listened a little bit before she said hey. And that's mighty fun. I do that occasionally too, just to see what people are selling or who's in the chat before I finally say hello. Or I tune in and then I go to get my bottle of water and my snack and I go to the bathroom in order to like sit down and get ready for an auction. Of course, when we're a few hours in already, I'm not sure how much auction there will be left, but we'll see. All right, we will pass on this. Okay, next, $3. I have a Crayola color and erase reusable activity set. This is called Under the Sea, and you get everything in here. You get dual-sided coloring pages, you get washable markers, and this is how it looks. It says that Crayola Color and Erase offers less messy art experiences and lets kids create again and again. Each item in the line produces vibrant colors on surfaces that can be easily erased with a damp cloth. The ideal practice makes perfect activity for young artists. Oh, well, that's mighty fun. One of the things, having your own channel, um, I talk about this, my personal life at will. So there'll be too many stories about my late parents, about my loneliness, about looking for a husband, kind of the same old, same old. But I also talk about it in the chat of my friends if they're interested or if they don't mind. I think we all share a little bit, and the longer we've been in this community, the more we feel at liberty to sell. What you also missed is this roll call where people were doxing the number of piercings, where the piercings were, and tattoos. We learned a lot about each other tonight, although my totals were 0 and 0. Oh, I'm glad y'all care. I care about y'all too. And I'm an open book. I'm so boring that I really don't have much to say, but I'm an open book. And I don't do anything that I'd be embarrassed to talk about. If I was embarrassed to talk about it, I just wouldn't do it. You did. It's amazing what people will tell you late at night, especially if they've been watching for a while and they feel safe. Because one of the things I try to tell people is even if they make different life decisions than I do, and piercings and tattoos are a good example, that's not something I would do, but I don't judge them for that. That's just what they do. So we don't have to make the same life decisions in order to be friends. Now, we might have to watch the same auctions. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Although, if y'all weren't watching my auction, then we probably wouldn't get as much of a chance to chat. Okay, looking for $3 for this washable Crayola color erase reusable set, and the theme is under the sea. Although, I have to tell you, I'm looking at these crabs and I'm just thinking one thing: crab cakes. Wouldn't crab cakes be delicious? We have this great local restaurant chain called Copeland's, and Copeland's makes the best crab cakes ever. Al Copeland, was the original owner of Popeyes. Now, granted, he sold it, and it's been sold several times, and it's probably publicly traded by now. And I think it's owned by the same umbrella company that owns Church's Chicken. But nonetheless, he has a family dining restaurant. It's kind of like an Olive Gardenish type place. And around here, it's literally next door to Olive Garden. And they make the best crab cakes. And they serve the crab cakes on a bed of fettuccine Alfredo. So it's like 2 entrees in one. But I know not everybody necessarily likes crab cakes or likes the seafood. I've learned that from Colleen. Okay, we're going to pass on this. Okay, next I have a vintage item. Vintage alert, vintage alert. Now, this is something that belongs to my late mother. So it is not new. It is a metal candlestick. I'm going to start this at $7. So this part is metal, but also the flower is metal. Let me show you the back. You can see it's all welded on there. I remember her having this like my whole life. So it's very sturdy. Pretty little sunflower. It holds a taper candle. Crab legs. See, I am too impatient. Have anything that you have to like crack with the tools and do yourself? No, can't do it. I want it done by professionals in the kitchen. I ordered a lobster one time and I didn't think they were going to serve it to me whole. I thought they were going to, serve just the regular parts and then it was all going to be cracked and ready. And it was such a mess. After that, I now just go for the lobster tail. I don't want any do it yourself at a restaurant because that's the whole reason you go to a restaurant is so you don't have to do it yourself. Oh, but maybe I'm just lazy. No oysters? Now, do you just mean no raw oysters? Have you had charbroiled oysters that are covered with the Parmesan cheese on the top? Those are the best. I love the charbroiled oysters. Plus, you don't have to worry about salmonella when they're cooked. Okay, I tell you what, let's do a price drop on this one too. Jane, let's price drop this down to $5. $5 and just clear it out. Because I just see this and this just brings me such memories of my mom. And this is one of those things that I see and it gets me emotional and I cry. So those are the things that I love for somebody else to buy, to enjoy, to live on, so that I'm not emotional about it, and so that it's like adopting out. Oh, see, Joni's had the same charbroiled oysters that I've had. Yum, yum, yum. Even people who don't think they like oysters, if they will try those, they are just totally different than other oysters. Because you don't normally think of cheese and seafood together, but yet on oysters, it totally works. Oh my. Well, we won't talk about that because people might be eating. Might be eating. So no talking about coming up. No, no, no. Okay, let's see if Jane got the price drop of this from 7 down to 5. Buy it now. Oh, and Sandy says she loves crab and shrimp. I do love shrimp too. I admit it. Okay, did we get the price in for the price drop down to $5? Okay. All right. Well, I thought I had showed all the different types of wind chimes, but I don't think I showed this one. I'm going to start this one at 6. This is acrylic, but it is faceted acrylic. Look how pretty this is. So it starts with, here's the hanger. Then it's got all this clear monofilament. And then look how beautiful this flower is. And then here's your carrot. And then this part is all wrapped up. So I'm going to leave it wrapped up. But let me show you. There are pink hummingbirds to it. Look how pretty it is. Here's all of your pipes for the wind chimes. There's also some pretty beads here as well. So you get a whole bunch of these count. How many bits? So here it is. So $6. And I can take it out of the bag, but I'm just so scared it's going to get all tangled if I do. So that's why I was trying to leave it that way so it doesn't get any more tangled than it has to. Like from Forrest Gump, fried shrimp, boiled shrimp. Well, put me down for grilled shrimp. Grilled shrimp are my favorite. And I like the grilled shrimp that have that sweet ginger glaze. Oh, that's my favorite, the sweet glaze. Yeah, people who don't like the raw oysters or the oysters Rockefeller, once they finally try the charbroiled oysters, it will change your mind and your opinion. Okay, looking for 6. Then I'm going to show you some garden steaks. Okay, last call on this then. We will back up some. These are so pretty and delicate and feminine. All right, let me move those to the side. All right, these garden steaks are going to be $3. $3. And I'm calling them a garden steak, but really they're a pinwheel. So here's the first one. Look at this pretty little girl. And then here is the pinwheel. And you'll notice it's metal and it's ombre. And here's the tag. And let me show you how long these are, because these are long. So here's the first 12 inches. And so I'm not even close to the top. The actual top part is like 6 inches and then on a long steak. So that's why I call them garden steaks rather than plant steaks, because they're way bigger than plant steaks. All right, so there's the first one. I do have several varieties. If you prefer butterflies, look at this one. Here's the butterfly. Okay, if you prefer frogs, look at this frog. It kind of sort of matches the frog wind chime with hands up to hug or say high five. Okay, put this one here. Here's another winged creature. This one's in pinks and blues. And then last but not least, this one's a little different. It doesn't have a pinwheel. It's a sunflower. It's got all these leaves, but it has this kind of a bottom. So a little bit more secure. All right, looking for $3. Wait, why are you going back to the corner? Nobody put Sandy in the corner. Oh, you never had real seafood. Okay, well. There's lots of things that I've never had. People keep talking about some of these northern foods, and I feel that way. Like when Colleen, no offense, Colleen, love you, Colleen, goes on about her Philadelphia. Now, I've had Philadelphia cream cheese, but I don't really think that's from Philadelphia. I think they just call it that. Her Philadelphia beef sandwiches. I feel that way. Although I have the secret thought in my head that these Philadelphia beef sandwiches must be kind of like when you order beef at a Chinese restaurant. Beef at a Chinese restaurant is horrible. And here's the reason, because when you order a steak, you get medium rare. So it's pink on the inside and seared on the outside. But if you ever order beef at a Chinese place, a Chinese restaurant or takeout, there's no pink on the inside. It is all overdone. It's rubbery. Now, most of the time it's coated in sauce so you can chew it, but it's like the least uh, thing that I'd want on a Chinese menu. And I love, love, love Chinese food. Well, not egg rolls and not lo mein, but other Chinese foods. So therefore, I keep thinking that if in a Chinese restaurant they can't stop beef at medium rare, then these Philly beef people probably can't stop at medium rare either. I'm thinking like only a steakhouse could make actual medium rare. So it may not be as good as some of the northerners make it sound. It's not like chicken. Chicken has to be done all the way. Pork has to be done all the way. Beef shouldn't be done all the way. Oh, you love the sunflower. I'm so glad. It's not, as colorful and it's not metallic like the others, but it has a rustic kind of charm. Okay, anybody in for three? We got all these sweet little creatures. So the butterfly, the frog, a dragonfly, a bee, maybe what's a hornet or a locust? I don't know. I'm not good at animal identification. That's just not my strong suit. I'm there with you. Medium rare to medium, yes, yes, yes. Because if it's all taupe, I'm not doing it. And if it's purple, then it needs to be sent back. It just needs to be a little pink on the inside. Kind of like people, you need to have a seasoned outside so that you can suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. But you still need to have a sweet, warm, pink middle that lets you have feelings and be empathetic to people. Yeah, I don't like the shoe leather either. So if I go to Chinese, I'm usually the person that gets like a sesame chicken or a mandarin chicken or something like that. I really like the sauces and I like the big lumps of meat. Because that's usually why I go, is I don't get enough meat in my diet otherwise. It's not something I can afford. And to buy raw meat and take the chance of cooking it where it might not be cooked right, it's definitely not going to taste right. Usually, most of the time, I've just wasted money on raw. So I might as well buy something that, has been cooked right and is for sure edible because that's at least a guaranteed meal. Buying raw is an iffy, questionable meal because you might not be able to eat it. Yes, I've had deer. When I was growing up, my grandfather went blind. So when he went blind, which was my whole life, he was no longer able to hunt. But he grew up in northern Louisiana, as did my mom. And so he and his buddies would regularly go on hunting trips. Once he went blind, he of course stopped hunting, but for, I don't know, at least a good 10 years, his buddies would still ask him, hey, Rich, you want to come go with us? We'll share some of the meat with you and your family. So he would still get deer when they processed the deer, they would share in the deer meat, regardless of who was the actual, you know, I hate to say it, hunter who, oh, so many words I shouldn't say on YouTube, got the deer. I'll just put it that way. And so, therefore, they would always give my parents some of the meat, just like they would buy a cow, and half a side of the beef would stay in their freezer and half would go to my parents. So, growing up, chicken was a luxury because we always had a freezer full of beef. And I didn't realize until I got away to college that it was the opposite. But most people grew up eating chicken, and every now and then they splurged on steak, whereas we had mostly steak and splurged occasionally on chicken. So just because it was given to us complimentary by my maternal grandparents. So yes, I've had venison, and I prefer it what the Texans called chicken fried, meaning that it's breaded and then literally fried in a uh, pan of oil. But I would eat things growing up that I wouldn't eat now. So, because there are more and more where you find out that animals are eating things that are not safe, and when you eat an animal that's eaten something, that can then be transferred to you. So I had I probably shouldn't talk about this on the air, but we're talking more than selling tonight, which may make it hard to pay bills, but it's endearing me to y'all. I read this really scary story about owls, and it said that a lot of owls were dying. And the reason they were dying is they were eating mice. But owls are supposed to eat mice, right? Well, the problem was the mice that the owls were eating were mice that were poisoned, that had eaten poison packets at some store or whatever, that was trying to keep them out of it. So they ate the poison and were running away, but then they got eaten by the owls, so the owls got poisoned just from the meat of the mouse. So that's one of the reasons now, as an adult and knowing what I know, I would be so scared about eating random hunted animals rather than ones that were, hygienically raised. Sorry to everybody who was eating or snacking while I told that owl story. All right, last call. Really? Nobody for these cutie pies? Okay, I'll show them to you again as I clear these away. Because remember, these aren't just garden stakes, they are also pinwheels. Oh, and this is something else I forgot to show y'all because I was just talking. Not only are they garden stakes and pinwheels, but when you turn them over, they also have a hanger. So if you want to hang these on your fence instead, you can absolutely hang them. So you can hang them, you can use this long stake. So I think these would be beautiful just hanging on a fence. That way they could spin even more. So once again, $3 as I clear these away. Oh, and we're at the top of the hour. So once I get these cleared away, we'll do another dollar round. And Grandpa Greek says if it didn't come out of the garden or was chicken, we didn't know what it was. We didn't even know there was pizza until we went to school. Well, there were a lot of foods I didn't know about until I went to school. Because even though I live in a region where there's a lot of Cajun and Creole people, my mother was raised in northern Louisiana, so she didn't cook any of those foods. So she didn't home make gumbo and jambalaya and all that kind of stuff like Laurie makes. Those were things that we got when we went to, the cook-off at church or the social at school or school lunches. So, or, you know, sometimes a restaurant if it was like a home cooking type place. This one's so pretty. All right, let's do our Belle's Bargain Bonanza. These items will all be just $1. And for anybody who tuned in late, at the top of every hour, we had one of these. And you can always watch back to see what you missed. All right. So here's the first item. It is a flavored lip balm, and it's just peachy. Look at those pretty eyelashes. And I love that it's round too. That's so cute. So that's going to be the first option. Just peachy. Flavored lip balm. Next, I've got a raspberry lip balm. Here's a lip balm that is cotton candy flavored. It's funny how some have huge packaging and some have such small packaging. Here is a Chap Ice lip balm. It is cherry. Cherry. This lip balm is beautiful, and it is vanilla cold brew flavor. Oh, look, it looks like a little vanilla cold brew. Okay, then I've got some lotions. This first one is called Unicorn Dreams. This one is coconut. These are hand lotions. Okay, this one is cotton candy. Remember, we're just looking for a $1 starting bid. This one is pecan caramel. Or as people up north would say, they pretend there's not that A in the center and they just say caramel. Or not mel. They say caramel. Caramel. Like they're mulling over a car. But there's no cars involved, which is kind of weird. Okay, here we have berry hand cream. Then I also have a relaxing lavender shower balm. And here is a revitalizing eucalyptus shower balm. Now you'll sit up. Come on, do me proud. Hey, Holly Ann. Thanks so much for coming by. We're doing our $1 round. Okay, looking for $1 for choice. Oh, here's one more thing. This is a Crown Bath Balm, and I love the saying, real queens fix each other's crowns. Now, one of the things I will say is, do y'all remember the time that I was having a really bad night and Colleen came in just to co-host? And this is the kind of thing that describes that so well, where when ladies really help each other, that's such a good example of real queens fix each other's crowns. Because when one of us grows and improves and excels, we all do. Oh, and I don't know if I told y'all, but I'm only 12 away from 1,700. I don't know if I finally gotten the last 12 or not, because I can't see my own subscriber count. But when I looked at it today, I was only 12 away from 1,700. So if any of y'all aren't subscribed, please, oh please help me out. I'd love to get to 1,700 this week. Oh wait, found one more. I've got vanilla. Okay, can y'all make room? Come on, make room. No. That's not what I meant, y'all. Okay, I need everybody to play nice, and I'm going to try to get y'all adopted. All right, so looking for $1 starting bid. Some of these have multiples, most of these do not. It's been 4 hours, so therefore there's only so long I can go. So being by myself, because there's no bathroom breaks when you're by yourself. Okay, anybody for $1? Oh, don't congratulate me yet. I'm still 12 away. Y'all help me get there and then congratulate me, pretty please. Because y'all may remember that it was back on Christmas Day where I got to 1,500. Because I was in the Tracy Cakes Christmas Day chat when I got the very last few. And Tracy and Colleen were so kind to help me. And Sassy Mary too. So 12 away from 1,700 now. You know, every couple of months I get a few more. It's a slow battle. No, we can't do that. I'm going to keep selling a few more items and then I'm going to shut it down for the night. Because you'll have to remember, I've got to save items to show tomorrow night because after Colleen's 4 hours of selling on her channel, I'm going to have my auction that starts at 9 p.m. So when I start or when y'all stampede over, I want to have plenty to show tomorrow night. Oh, look, there's Tracy Cakes. Tracy, congratulations on a fantastic sale. I have never seen so much sell so quickly with so much bidding. Congratulations. You deserve it. And I was just saying earlier in the chat when everybody was talking about your great auction, how this is such an example of how everything happens for a reason. And it's amazing how God can give us blessings and distractions to help us deal with our grief. Because you just can't cry all day, every day, 24/7. So the fact that He gave you this blessing when you're dealing with such grief is such God's timing. Such God's timing. And you really made the most of the sourcing, whatever deal you made. Bravo, girl, bravo. I want to be you when I grow up. I probably shouldn't say that. She probably thinks that's insulting, but I really mean that. Well, you really deserve. They absolutely helped and they absolutely bid, but it was your own genius that had you looking for the deals and the sourcing, your own knowledge that let you know it was worth buying, your own negotiating power that you negotiated for whatever you secretly paid, which we're not asking, and then it was your starting your channel, keeping it up, even when you're not there, the genius of having other people still broadcast and run it to keep the YouTube algorithm going. Because those of y'all who don't know, if you ever stop broadcasting, YouTube likes regular broadcasts. So that's one of the great things about having a team is even if you're not there, other people can keep your broadcast going at the same time in the same days so you don't lose favor with the YouTube algorithm. So she worked hard to build her reputation and build her channel. She is very, very humble about it, but I'm sitting here to tell you that it is not by chance, not by happenstance, not random. She put in the hard work and is reaping the benefits. And I am so glad to see that happening. It's once again, like this says, real queens straighten, fix each other's crowns. So, okay, last call on any of these $1 products. I can't believe y'all are passing on all dollar stuff. We move, S1. Oh, I'll be a hot mess all the way to the bank. I'll be a hot mess all the way watching bid after bid after bid. That may not never be my life, but hey, hashtag goals. Absolutely. So, and I think it was also genius to have it now because what the chat may not know is um, sales soar at Christmas and sales rise and sustain during the Halloween season. I have to tell Tracy, and I hope she doesn't mind me saying this on air, that when they took their 2 week break for Christmas, I looked at my numbers and that was the best I did because, there was less competition. So, them taking their breaks to be with their family actually helped me. But we tend to have the lowest sales after Easter and in the summer because people will spend their money on vacations and excursions and home improvements. So for her to schedule a sale of name brand items that she knew people wanted and would spend on those luxury items during the lean time, during the time when people buy less, that was genius. That was genius because when other stuff might not be selling as well, to have a for sure moneymaker, that's genius. And her wipeout idea was genius too. Okay, last call on these. Yep, taxes are hard and confusing and expensive. And some of us, like me, live in a state where there is not only federal income tax, but you also have to pay state income tax. And I pay almost as much as state income tax as federal income tax. So the thousands all just add up. Because PayPal makes it look like we make more than we do because y'all pay us for the shipping and we send it on to pirate ship. So we're really not making as much as PayPal makes it look like we're making. I wish y'all could directly pay pirate ship so that it didn't look like we were making all of the shipping money that we just have to pass on. Because that's what really hurt me in taxes. Okay, well, it is 4 hours and 17 minutes, and I want to thank y'all ever so much for being here. I realized we had more conversation than sales, which makes it harder to pay bills, but I love that y'all came and stayed. I love that you shared your deep, dark secrets of piercings and tattoos with me. And I shared my own non-secrets about my daily life. So, and y'all saw how boring I really am. But, I'm still looking for my Mr. Right for me. So, if nothing else, you saw that, yep, she is just who she says she is. And she really is just that boring. That's probably why nobody married her. So, we had a great night of sharing, even if we were light on sales. So I really appreciate y'all being here. I appreciate Jane for moderating. I know she has got to be tired after 3 long auctions today. Tracy says, well, it wasn't the planned sale, but it went well. You claim pirate ship totals, Belle, to take your totals down. Wait, you claim pirate ship totals, Belle, to take your total down. I don't know what that means. But the problem is that PayPal sends that you made X number of money. And so the accountant puts down that you made X number of money. And the fact that some of that went to pirate ship doesn't take away that that's the amount that was reported to the government that you made. But if you want to explain it to me differently, please, oh, please send me a message, because I had the longest argument with my accountant, who ended up firing me. I didn't realize an accountant could fire you. I thought you could only have fired them. So over whether I was a reseller or whether I was an entertainer. He seemed to think that reselling involved listing and taking photos. And once I told him that I neither list nor take photos, that I am live videos only, therefore he said, well, that's not reselling, that's entertainment. So we had a little misunderstanding as to whether my live YouTube broadcasts are entertainment or reselling, since there's no listing and no photos. But I didn't know who to ask. And, you know, it's weird because anybody else I know is what I call a real reseller, like a Johnny kind of reseller, where they take photos and do list. I don't even have a cell phone. I couldn't take a photo if I wanted to. Okay, well, I will try to persuade my accountant. I'll probably have to use like a H&R Block, Edward Jones kind of person this next year, and I will try to convince them. Well, since I was fired, I will. But I was using the person I was using because he did the taxes for the farm and my sister and her husband, and you know, it was just easier to use one person for everything. But she was mad that I got fired because he, of course, didn't fire her and didn't fire the farm. He just doesn't want to do my own taxes. So yes, he does. I think most other resellers list and take photos. I'm probably the one of the few who only sells on YouTube. So that's why there was the debate if I was a reseller or an entertainer. So, because there was also the consideration that in my state and most states, to be an actual auctioneer, you have to have a certain license or certification, because auctioneer usually means you work or auction in an auction house. So to do those kind of jobs, you have to have a license or certification that I don't have, because you know I don't do that. Want to give me one? Two, who's gonna get two? Three in the back. You know, I don't do that. Anytime I meet somebody in real life and I say, oh yeah, I've got a YouTube auction, they immediately think that that's what it's going to be like, and I'm like, no, it's conversational. It's not like that. Okay, well, here I go, just talking back and forth to Tracy, but I never get a chance to talk to Tracy. I should have just gone out on a limb and asked for some advice, but I always hate to ask personal questions in email. But thank you to everybody who tuned in tonight. I appreciate your viewing, your chat, and your friendship. Even if y'all weren't interested in buying tonight, and that's okay. Like I was saying to Tracy earlier, this is kind of the light time. So I try to gear up knowing I'm maybe going to sell, a tenth of the items I show. Sometimes it gets a little frustrating, but it's nice that y'all were super kind and conversational. It's hard when all I see is the mod list of this item after this item after this item. So it was great to see y'all talk and share and joke and tell stories that really helped to take the sting out of all the passes. Oh. Well, maybe I need the name of your tax lady, unless your tax lady only works in your local area. So if she does like conference call and video taxes, I might could use your tax lady. Well, I may do that then. Come next year, Tracy, if you don't mind, because I'd love to have some advice on it. I feel like I paid way, way, way more this year. I know I paid way, way, way more. Okay, well, since it's been 4 hours and literally I just, y'all know, nature calls after 4 hours. So when you don't have a selling partner or a co-host, you just got to end the auction when you want to go potty. So I want to thank y'all for watching tonight. I want to thank Jane for running the chat. I want to thank the bidders and the buyers, but also the viewers and the chatters. Y'all were so especially sweet to me tonight. And I tell you, during this season, the more passes there are, the more chat and encouragement I need. Because when you just get pass after pass after pass, you just want to say, find it. I'm going to end the auction. So y'all being so sweet and chatting it up lets me keep going without feeling defeated. So I really appreciate that. And I don't know that enough channels tell y'all how valuable the chat is and why the chat is valuable. It's valuable to get you through the passes. That's the truth of it. So I want to say, laissez les bon temps rouler. Let the good times roll. Roll in your life. Roll in your heart. Roll in your soul. Roll on and on and on. So y'all go see Colleen and Tracy and Lisa for Ladies Night tomorrow at 5 p.m. 5:05 Central, 6:05 Eastern, and then at 9 Central, y'all come back over here and we're going to have a late night auction. And boy, if we talked about piercings and tattoos and dating during our prime hours, what are we going to talk about late night? Tune in tomorrow to see. Good night and God bless you.